Good evening, folks, and welcome to the German Poker Days. This is the final day, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Cards are about to be in the air. Shuffle, up and deal. Let's go. Hope you're all very well on this Sunday evening, wherever you're tuning in from, be it YouTube or Poker Room Kings on Twitch. My name is Action Man Dan. I am your Irish pundit for the duration of this event. And we will crown a champion in the early hours of tomorrow morning. This one is going to play all the way to a winner tonight. About 70 players remaining at the moment. Small blind is 40k. Big blind is 80k with an 80k running big blind ante. That's 40, 80, 80. I see Bird in the chat. What's up, buddy? Swooping by to say hi. $64 grand is going to be the first prize. We've got a few tickets up for grabs, of course, for the World Series of Poker Europe. This is a €200 buy-in, so expect to see fireworks from the get-go. Massive opportunity for these players to win a lot of money. A lot of recreationals will be left in the field, so it's all to play for here. Hope you're all keeping well, as I said. If you're new to the channel and you like what you see, be sure to give us a like, subscribe and a follow. If you want to find out additional information, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. How you doing, Bird? Any news for me? What's the good word? The bird is the word. I'd say you never heard that one before. Raising to 175 from the cut-off ace, king off 3. Playing about 40 big to start the hand. Take down the Lions and Anthony. And Krasny is in the house as well. That's what Kamikaze Boogie happening. If you all have your coffee brewed for this one, in for a very, very long stream. Here in Poker Days, comes around about every 3 months. Through the night. Last time it finished around 6 a.m. in the morning, which is actually relatively early for this event. About 65 players remaining at the moment, and we've got action here. Ace Jack, very short stacked, getting all in for the last 4 bigs. Florian with the ladies. He's also very short, playing just over 4 bigs. Thomas, the original opener, with Jack 10 off suit from the cutoff. Three-way action. Just over a mil in the pot. Florian in good shape to eliminate 2 players. Sorry, to triple up. He's getting his stack mixed up with Thomas's. Wow, ace, ace, king. George Kalian, 90% now with his trip aces. Turn is the 7 of diamonds. River is the Jack of diamonds. Boating the ace jack up, but didn't need it. Home and dry for a triple up. Not a bad start at this feature table. Makazi Boogie says, Action Man Dan, great to hear your voice, good sir. I hope all is well in your side of the world. Yeah, it's not so bad. Thanks for asking. Got plenty of munchies here in the room. A big flask of coffee, water, all the necessities. We're good to go. With the chocolate, nuts, berries, lock, stock, the lot. Someone says can't see the payouts and can't see how many players are left yet. We still haven't updated the system. We installed a new system, and for whatever reason we can't make the adjustments that it will show in the top right hand corner screen how many players are remaining and what the average stack is. So I'm just trying to keep myself updated there so I can update you. So bear with us. We've got a bird in the house there doing God's work, doing all the payouts. So there's the payout sorted for you, and rest assured there is less than 70 players remaining in the field, all chasing the first prize of €64,400. 4 tickets available for the World Series of Poker Europe for the top 4 finishers in this event. So it is all to play for. Nice to have you with us. Didier is in the house. Yeah, just the top right hand corner information we don't have at the moment. that has been the way now for about 2 weeks, but production team at Kings are fantastic. I'm sure they're working on it and trying to work out the glitches and the kinks with this new system that's been installed. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, Jan. Yeah, you can also find out how many players are remaining. Just don't do any spoilers because, you know, we're on a 30-minute delay. Set of Kings here for Roman. He's got a really nice stack. Turn is the ace, but it doesn't matter. DA says every time he watches the stream, he feels like he needs to book a room at Kings within a month. I hear you, buddy. Picking up what you're putting down. Just so much action happening all the time. All under one roof. Book a one-way ticket and say, I need some chips, sir. I need some fat stacks. And they'll say, we have a seat for you right this way, sir. You say, thank you. And the cut-off opening with sixes here. Average stack is still the guts of about 30 bigs, which is pretty good in a tournament like this. You will expect to see a lot of lights, camera action in an event like this. 40-minute blinds or so. And they all know they won't be bagging and tagging. They will play survival of the fittest sort of a situation. As Kazi Boogie says, lighting, picture quality, sound, camera angles, everything looks fantastic. Shout out to the production team. Bula bus. That means clap clap in Irish, in Gaelic. But yeah, got to give credit where credit is due. Roman going to 3-bet from the small blind. And now Snake is in a bit of a situation here. Pairs like 6s, 7s and 8s play really well as a 4-bet jam here. But it depends how much action they've had with each other. I personally like a shove here, especially when Roman is playing 80 blinds to start the hand there or thereabouts, and we have sub 30 bigs facing a 3-bet. This is a great opportunity for the cutoff to just stick it in the small blind's eye. So this is fine to call in position with some hands, but these middling pairs like 6s, 7s and 8s going to play better as a jam. And hands like two deuces through to 5s we can just let go. Maybe shove 5s. Shove any pair really as a 4-bet. Rip. These hands like 6s, 7s and 8s unblocking the 3-betting range from Roman. When we have hands like deuces, 3s, 4s and 5s, it stops our opponent, or it's less likely that our opponent is going to be bluffing a suited wheel or an unsuited wheel like ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4, ace 5. And when we have hands like 6s, 7s and 8s and we rip, we have all them hands in our opponent's range if they are the aggressive type. And what happens is then we see a decent flop, but it has an ace on it, and we've only one overcard. He still just gives him full credit and lets it go. We can avoid all those situations by just 4-bet rip and pre. He asked his action man Dan ever coming to the mainland for some live action. Yeah, when I'm allowed. When I can, I will. I really like being at Kings for the WSOP last year. We'll see what way things unfold. I am kind of stuck in Ireland at the moment because I'm back doing stuff in college, and I have 5 weddings and a communion coming up this year, which is just loads and loads of money. It's just loads of weekends. I'm hoping I might be able to play the Irish Open this year, but we will see what happens. I just have to resign myself to the fact that it's not my time to play live. But if I can make trips, I will make full use of my holidays whenever I have them, put it that way. I see EPT Paris is on at the moment as well. I'll be watching that this week. I still have to watch World Series of Poker Europe's main event from Kings Resort in Rosvedov last year. Every time I go to press play, I just end up doing something else, so I need to get stuck into that. I did finish the 8.5-hour cash game featuring Rob Young, Martin Cabrel, Yo Viral, Elke, and of course the main man himself, Leon Sukornik. As Didier says, he's never been to the Irish Open. Unbelievable tournament. One of the best 1Ks in all of Europe. It's worth it for one time a year. But obviously the selection of Kings, if you're going to go to a series all year round, the Irish Open can tend to turn into a week on the beer very easily. Last year I did get a run. I managed to get 39th. My biggest live score in a few years, I think. One of my biggest live scores ever is only $7,000, I think. Checking all in. And Ace 8 going to be priced in here for just 4 big blinds more. The problem is he's just thinking about how much of a stack it is. And that's a blunder there, folks. If we're going to open from the hijack and the small blind shoves for such a small amount, we've got to gamble with our Ace 8. We need to be more aware and acknowledge the stack sizes behind us before we open if we're going to consider folding in that situation. Ireland is extremely expensive at the moment. I don't want to be putting it down, but a lot of people are deterred from coming over for the Irish Open because of accommodation expenses. I heard last night actually that in Temple Bar after 10 p.m. a pint of Guinness goes up €1 every hour. So there were some people paying over €10 for a pint of Guinness in Dublin, which is absolutely disgraceful. It's just not. It's not cool. Robbing you blind. Might as well be wearing one of them new hoodies that you can get in the merchandise store. Head over to the website www.kingsresort.com There's some amazing new merchandise. The Poker Face collection, where there's a balaclava, no, a mask sewn in to the hoodie, so you could really get away with daylight robbery. Bird says I didn't answer his question at all. How can you get drunk? Well, you can pre-drink, I suppose. Maybe it's not quite €10 for a pint in the building itself. If a man of your caliber, Bird, wants to get drunk, I don't think money is going to stop you. You can always get drunk beforehand and go in then. Plenty of pubs and restaurants around the building, in the vicinity, and in the building itself. Chang all in on the button, and I think Thomas wants to be calling this one for half his stack or so. Decides to edge pass with the ace-5. You're going to see a lot of tight play from a lot of players who won't have been in a situation playing for this kind of money before. They are recreationals, just trying to have fun and enjoy the game, but they're going to make a lot of mistakes because their nerves will be at them. It's a golden opportunity to win a significant amount of cash. So expect to see players overfolding on the regular. I don't want to be griping at them constantly. I'll have to say what I see, of course, but they're going to be far removed from using GTO solvers and knowing their range is inside out and back to front. So just bear that in mind. That's what makes Kings so great. You know, you've got players from all walks of life at the same table. So many different nationalities being represented, and always a jovial, friendly atmosphere. Florian all in for what looks like his last big blind with Queen 8 offsuit. Thomas going to give him some protection here with 9-8 of diamonds. He is behind with the 9-8, and that's a good flop for Florian to double up, even if it is only to 4 bigs or so. Turn is the 5 of clubs, just 12% equity now for Thomas as we hit the river. River is the jack. Wow. That's going to do it. Florian has been eliminated. Thomas will scoop those chips, playing close to 2 million now. Kamikaze Boogie with a funny comment about alcohol and prices. If you want to go out, prices are stout. Beer off the shelf, you keep your wealth. You're a poet and you didn't even know it. Yes, there's many ways around that. Plenty of whiskey to be drank in Ireland, you know. Paddy's Day is on the way, and the kiddies' game is down the street. That'll separate the men from the boys. Plenty of gargle being drank on that day all around the world. Did anybody watch the UFC last night? I had great fun on the channel last Monday with our new friend Ryan Kett joining us for the Pot Limit Omaha. He was asking loads of questions, and that was getting the chat riled up and giving lots of answers. So maybe we'll ask some more questions tonight. We'll see what way things unfold. That ace-8 could have just been used as a jam. Dino saying the same thing. Yeah, players need to not get too attached to their chips in a structure like this. It's got to be played pretty aggressively if you want to make a run at this, and people are going to get very tired as we get closer and closer to a final table. BVHT in the house. What's up, buddy? BVHT says, watching your great stream. Thank you very much. And Invictus says, is this a 2 or 3 day tourney? There was many day ones and they've had their day 2. This is the final day. So you're looking at around 50 players remaining here. And we will play until we've crowned yet another champion at this fantastic resort. If you're just tuning in, it's the GPT GPD, the German Poker Days, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Hustala just taking the blinds and antes down with the Kings. And BB Spiel says, by the way, Thomas is a World Series of Poker online bracelet winner and a Sunday warm-up winner. Thank you very much for letting us know that. I love hearing information like that. Thank you for that info. That's so helpful. I can start handing mobbing a lot of these players, but I'm telling you, a lot of players, I won't say most, players remaining in the field won't have been in a situation like this before. Just a €200 buy-in, over 2,500 entries. So bear that in mind, folks. They've got through a whopper of a field already. Kamikaze says, Action Man Dan, a bottle of decent Irish whiskey is $30 in the USA, right? Is it cheaper in Ireland? You can't go wrong with Jameson. A bottle of Jameson is under €40 anyway. It's about €30, somewhere around that area. I haven't been buying alcohol in a while, believe it or not. Do have a lot of weddings coming up though. I'll try not to leave it in the judge's hands. I take it no one answered about watching UFC last night. Andre with King Jack of Hearts raises to 200k. Chang all in for 950 with the eights. Nice rejam here from Chang. A lot of players might just call there considering it was an under the gun open, but Chang ready to play for it all. Andre with one of the bigger stacks at this feature table, 40 bigs. Andre's going to call. I actually think it would have been better to fold, but decides he wants to gamble. It's not too far off a call, just the positions under the gun against the big, but we do have a 2 million pot in our hands. Ace 10-7 is the flop, all in and call. Turn is a queen, and that's a winner all right for Andre. Yeah, BVHT thinks the same thing. Pretty loose call. Well, it is only for 12 bigs total. It's just because Chang's rejamming range there should be very strong. So 8's going to be at the very lower part of that range. Maybe King Jack, knowing that Cheng is capable of shoving relatively wide, even if it is from the big blind against his under the gun open. And Thomas, who we've just learned is quite accomplished online, one to watch out for, is going to make it 180 to go from under the gun. Andre is going to 3-bet to 425 with the ace king. Suited. Smallish sizing, but gets the job done nonetheless. Actually, like his 3-bet sizing, going to price in a lot of hands that originally opened, but the fives release. Andre with the best of it here on the Queen Jack Deuce. Rome, the original opener with Ace Deuce off suit. The Ace Deuce getting out of the way there, of course. Fold around to the cutoff. Andre with the jacks. Just takes down the blinds and antes with the Jeffries.
Only in heads or maybe to be rid of also immer auch wenn die Karten kommen und die eigentlich gemacht haben.
Always during the match we can do. Always keep it over.
Eight, the cutoff for Yavuz. Tens for Thomas. King 4-3 is the flop. $3.55 is the bet, and Thomas wants to be continuing here, just one overcard to his pocket tens, and he's going to protect them by shoving all in. And suddenly the eight's not looking too hot. You wouldn't expect Thomas to be doing this with a 3 or a 4, and he shouldn't have many of those in his range to begin with, if any. So this is just going to be containing a king a lot of the time, or maybe occasionally a hand like 9s or 10s. This is dangerous enough from the pocket 10s though. If you're called, you're going to be in very bad shape. It does get the job done, of course. The 8's not going to be able to continue. Thomas getting additional value by checking over to his opponent before jamming. Perhaps he has a live read. Nice pickup nonetheless. Andre raises to 2. Andre 225, and Hustala is just going to call. I really don't like his call here. Off this stack depth. Just 8 big blinds behind. Wants to be shoving all in for just over 10 big blinds total. Does get a phenomenal flop. Perhaps he had more than the graphics suggest, but it doesn't look like it. No white chips in front of him, just green. Let's see now for sure, but looks like 845 for sure. And Andre going to be priced in here the majority of the time for just 6 big blinds more, but still think the ace-king suited should be really jamming pre. Thomas 3-betting with his 9s here. Andre, the original opener. Callian is going to go with it from the hijack. 3 bigs. Blinds have gone up just a couple of hands ago, so 50k is the small blind, 100k is the big blind with 100k running big blind ante. That's 50, 100, 100. Good opportunity to get the last of his money over the line with already so much money out there up for grabs. Andre going to call, and I think Thomas should be coming over the top now, but if it's an under raise he won't be able to. Bird thinks that that's a bad 3-bet. Well, it's just got 3 bigs. He might just want to stack off there, but I understand what you're saying. Thomas betting 350. Turn is the ace of clubs, and that's a great card. For the king 10 now has 23% equity as we hit the river. Wow, runner. Thomas, nothing he can do there. Overpair on the board, no good to the runner. I think he likes his all in now, Bird, what? Now playing over $1 million, which is good for 11 big blinds. Bebop says, yikes. I like the name Bebop. I used to love Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Leonardo does machining. Then there was Krang, Splinter. Who could forget April O'Neil? Andre betting 220 here on the turn with the straight. Gives Thomas enough flush draw. Don't think he'll be going anywhere just yet. River is the 5. Bird says everybody loves a chop pot. Well, it would have been sick if the big blind had led there and he uses the ace of clubs as no flush blocker shoved over the top. Everyone loves getting your opponent off a chop pot. see a few questions coming in there. I'll get to them in just a second. Ladies here, under the gun +1. Thomas might see this as a really good spot to jam with 22 bigs total. I wouldn't be shocked, but Callian coming in for 265 as an open under gun +1 is going to get the respect. Puts ace queen in the muck relatively quickly. Very quickly, really. Nice to see. And Michael Drews is now at the table with the ace jack. Callian asking for a count. Looks like it's a straight up jam on the 974 from the queens. And this one's just going to be a bit too much to pay off here, one would think. It looks like Michael is going to call though. 2.5 million in this pot. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. Big enough call here from Michael. Does pick up a straight draw on the turn. Was expecting to see him just fold, but decides he wants to call it off. River is the jack of spades. Red Misty's in the house. What's up, Red Misty? Hope you're ready for a long one, buddy. Nice to get called there by ace high, indeed. Andre opening here. Thomas 3-betting, very small. Roman raising with ace-9 offsuit here, and Callian gonna call with ace, or call it with the 9s. Expected to see him get some more chips in there pre, but decides to just call from the big blind. So people are asking what the crack is here. It's the German Poker Days. It's the final day, and we're going to play until there's a winner tonight. We can't see how many players are remaining because we installed a new system, so we're missing that information in the top right-hand corner of your screen. But I can assure you we'll be playing into the early hours of the morning, and I mean 6, 7, 8 a.m. kind of time. We're dealing with about 45 players remaining. And there's €64,400 for the winner, with 4 tickets up for grabs for the World Series of Poker Europe. That's taking place later on this year, the main event. Ivan's in the house. What's up, Ivan? 864 is the flop, and Callian raising here. I don't really like Roman's c-bet. It's just a really good flop to just check back, especially when this kind of a board smacks the perceived big blind's defending range more so than our opening range. Yes, lads, there's 36 players remaining, but that is 30 minutes ahead, so just bear that in mind. We are 30 minutes behind. We're on a 30-minute delay. This is an action turn card, King of Hearts. This is a hand I want to keep barreling. If I'm Roman, we can get some 4x to fold, we can get some 6x to fold. I don't think we're going anywhere considering we have the Ace of Hearts. It's just all those reasons. Nice to bet. Sometimes we might check it back if we didn't want to get check raised, but we can really rep that turn now. Rep it hard. And Rome's going to bet 550, and I like this from him because it's going to set up a river jam. So I like this sizing.
Good luck.
David Ribert with the Jeffries raising to 250k from under the gun. And Callian is going to call from the small king jack off suit, and Snake is going to come along for the ride with queen 8. Three-way action to the flop on the 10-9-9 flop. 2 diamonds. David bet 380k. We'll take it down, even though Snake has a good shot, straight draw, backdoor diamond draw. He's not going to continue. I think that's a wise choice, considering it's a paired board facing that bet. Snake is going for the rejam for 16 bigs. Flush draw for Roman here. Fives for Cali. Does anyone know if his first name is supposed to be pronounced George or Joe? We could call him Joe for the night, or George for the night, or Callie for the night. All vote now. Have to pick one of the three. For Callie Ann. I'm good with Joe, personally. Bebop says neither one. None of the three. Both is wrong. Well, if it's wrong, then give me the right answer. A, B, C, or D. All vote now. Phone a friend. Ask the audience. Go 50-50. Roman taking that one away with the flush on the turn. So just Callan, BB says. Right, so we have a winner. I don't think so, Bebop. I'm not sure if I can pronounce the letter O. I forget what that thing's called on top of the O. I should know this. Is it something like an umlaut? $60, $120, $120 now. Blinds have gone up again. Thanks, Bebop. Nice to know I got something right. Bebop and Rocksteady. Always ready for a battle, weren't they? King, Queen, 10, 2 hearts hits the flop here. And Andre takes that one down. Black jacks for Yavis. Cut off for calling. Cut off is calling with king 10 of hearts. A4 deuce is the flop. 2 spades. Overpair for the jacks. That's 300k, and now Roman going to be forced to let it go. Snake raises to 255. Andre going to call for 255. Thomas with another opportunity to rejam, and I think this is an even better spot than the last time. They're all a bit deeper. Well, the original opener is, and Andre is. So this is just a great spot to squeeze all in, but decides to not take it. Anis says, money afraid. Well, he's had several scores online, big ones, so I just think it's just too tight. King 7-5. 2 diamonds is the flop. All players checking to see the turn card, which is the 3 of spades. Now Snake is betting 255 here on the turn. Andre will love that river card, the Jack of Hearts. Snake going to check. Andre just going to check it back. Andre will be happy to take that one down. Snake making it 260 to go from under the gun with ace queen off suit. 15 bigs and change to start the hand. David raises to 255. Roman calls. The pocket sevens. David with king jack off suit, and this allows the rejam from the big blind with a very strong hand from Snake with the ace king off suit. This will be a very nice pickup for him. Bebop says Snake's getting some hands. Well, it's just going to be a great pickup for him. 700k. He's adding about 40% to his stack here. Just taking this one down pre. Roman not wanting to gamble for that much chips with just a middling pair. Really nice pickup there for Snake. Wow, we've got action. David with the ladies. Callan with ace king off suit. 2 million in the pot. Callan is the at-risk player. Five, 5-4 is the flop. Turn is the 8 of spades, and river is the 7 of spades. We lose a player. The ace king unsuccessful against the queens. David now playing close to 4 million. And less than 40 players remaining now, I do believe. Current payout €1,225. Updated the chip counts, folks. Roman with 63 bigs is the chip leader, and every other player with the German flag 45 bigs, 31 bigs, 22, 21, 18, and Hustala is your shortest stack, playing 9 big blinds. Rocket wants to know the prize pool. Prize pool is over 400 grand, 64,400 euro for the winner. Over 2,500 entries in this one. It's the GPD, the German Poker Days final day.
No, my friend. We're on the cover now?
Undercover now.
Yeah. Baggy, צלם אותי כאילו ככה. זה מסודר?
260 is the open from Snake, and this is a really good spot for Roman to use his ace 10 suited as a 3-bet from the small blind off this stack depth. Three bet to 660, and now the action back on Snake.
אני חייב לעבור את המקום הזה. בוא'נה, אני חייב להיות 33, לעבור את ברגי. חייב.
Yeah, it does go for that sizing of 660, takes it down, nice pickup. Could have opted to just call from the small blind, but I think with all those chips, might as well put them to work. And Bebop says no more names struggling. Well, I am Irish. It's one of the fun things on this channel. We always get to slag me about my pronunciations. But for now, no more names struggling just yet. Andre going for a bet here of 185 on the Ace King 9-8 board. Thomas wants to be continuing here. Blind v blind. He's got second pair. Unlikely his opponent has an ace. We'll call. And goes for a second bet there with the three of hearts hitting the river. Thomas picks him off for that small sizing and is now playing 22 big blinds. Andre raises to 265. Bebop says go Thomas. Well, Thomas has a golden opportunity to rejam this one with 22 bigs facing a button open. I think his hand plays better as a jam. Could 3-bet, fold off this stack, but I much prefer to just jam. As long as he's not folding. You could also just go for a call from the small blind, although I feel like that's a bit passive, especially when we are unsuited. Look at this, the big blind waking up behind with ace king offsuit. Goes all in for just shy of $1 million. And now Andre has to decide what he wants to do with his hand, facing the action behind him. Just gets out of the way. Thomas is going to be priced in. Just call. For the 465. But it is the big blind who's standing up. He's a 3-1 favourite. Bit tilting if you're Thomas. Sit back down, buddy. You don't have the king queen, your opponent does. There's an ace in the window. Ace 10-7. Jack needed now for Thomas. Wow. Turn is the Jack. Knocks it out of the park. Now Hustala, just 3%. Needs one of the remaining ladies in the deck. It doesn't arrive. It's the 6 of clubs, and a 2.4 million chip pot is going in the direction of Thomas Osterfeld. Nothing Hustala can do. Got it in good. And that's a dangerous man to be giving chips to. Angel says Thomas got lucky making the right plays and is his favourite to final table. Just likely believes that his edge is too big to play a high variance approach. I think that hand was left to the universe and indeed the poker gods, and they decided King Queen would prevail on that occasion. Roman raising to 255 here with the Jack 8 of spades. Snake is going to call from the big with King 10 off suit. Yakov all in from the button here. 1,515,000. Snake with 12 bigs here in a hand, as strong as King Jack. This is a golden opportunity for Snake to double up. Pretty much. We do see a lot of players edge past here, especially when they are more on the recreational side of things. Just depends what he makes of the button shoving range, but in general, this is going to be printing against a wide button opening range, well, a shoving range off this stack depth, considering the blinds have just gone up as well. 80k is the small blind and 160k is the big blind. This is even more of a reason to call it off with the King Jack. Does call it. King 9-6 is the flop. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. And interesting that the turn gives David the straight. We see the King Jack going in the muck from the small blind, and that would have got rid of the Queen Jack. It's amazing what a difference a hand makes. David eliminating Yakov. The King Jack is going to be sick. Didn't get involved there. This is what happens sometimes when we edge pass. We live by the sword, we've got to die by it. A lot of bad beats happening in the opening frame. The opening session here of the GPD. Thomas raises to 330 in the hijack. Clean 25 bigs or so to start the hand. And Tass, the cut-off is going to call with ace-jack suited. I actually think this will play better as a rejab. Sub 20 bigs to start the hand. Three-way action to the flop, 1.2 million already in the pot, and it's an action flop for Tass here. And Thomas, 10-8-7, 2 diamonds. You can see a lot of chips go in here. Thomas has the king of diamonds as well, blocking some combinations that he would want his opponent to have that could contain diamonds. But they are going to clash nonetheless. I expect to see a lot of chips go in here, but they have been playing relatively conservatively, so let's see what happens. 375 is the bet from Thomas. Pass does shove all in. And one would feel that Thomas's hand is too strong here to fold. He will give it some consideration. He's going to be losing against a decent amount of hands on this board, but with that much invested already, 13 bigs to call. Let's see what happens. Thomas might decide he wants to edge pass here and find a better spot. Does decide to let it go. Passes, shove, just looking so strong there. I actually think another way we can play that is to check jam ourselves, but that is very risky business considering our opponent is going to check back on a board like that a considerable portion of the time. Roman playing 50 bigs now, David 36, Ralph with 30, Andre with 27, Tass with 25, Thomas with 21, Michael with 14, and Snake is the shortest stack at this table, playing only 12 big blinds. Still plenty of room to maneuver in the German poker days. This is the final. If you're just tuning in, it's all happening live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov on a 30-minute delay, with about 35 players remaining now. Not sure if the pay jump has been reached from €1,225 to €1,450, but we're in or around 36 players remaining. Actually, with 8 at this table, could very well be 4 tables of 8. That would actually make a lot of sense. So I would say we are looking at 32 players remaining right now, folks. Bird says he's got to go. He has to work tomorrow. Stay brave and enjoy the stream. Thanks for your help, Bird. Much appreciated. Chat to you later. Thomas takes down the blinds and antes with King Jack suited. Tasman raising. Roman calls in the cutoff. King Jack off suit. Michael is going to call on the button. I would prefer to rejam off Michael's stack, but I might just let it go considering the raise came from under the gun. It's going to be relatively tight range, raising into 7 players of 25 bigs to start the hand. And Roman's call is okay in the cutoff. I prefer to just fold or use it as a 3-bet. We do see the flop 3 ways, and Roman going to flop best here with top 2. Tass is going to bet 330. Don't really like this bet. Don't know what it accomplishes. We're into 2 players. Roman is now going to raise to 900k. I think that's just going to be the end of that. And Tass decides to call on the turn, and I really don't like calling this raise. Although it means Roman's raise is good here. He's getting value. I just don't see the merit. You're going to get blown off your hand so much on the river as well. Even if you are good on the turn, there's 2 overcards. A lot of bad rivers. 5 of clubs rolling off. 3.2 million in this pot. Let's see what happens here. Tass going for a blockerish type sizing, trying to stop himself having to call a larger bet. And it might work because Roman's not going to like that. The flush completes on the river. Just don't think he is going to be ahead enough at the time to make that a profitable play. Calling on the turn and then leading the river. Just unnecessary.
Injecting Neuner.
Eight, 9, 10 here, or 2 spades, 1 club. We've got action here, folks, because Taz has a set. Taz does move all in, and Roman is going to be priced in here. We're going to have one of the biggest pots we've seen so far today, or tonight even. Once a count, but it's just 10 big blinds more. He will get the bad news, but he's getting the right price. Calls it off, and here we go. Tass, 2-1 favourite. 4.7 million. Chipolatas up for grabs in this one. Roman can well afford it. Still has 50 big blinds behind. Turn seals the deal. It's the 10 of diamonds.
Flash kommt. Zwei mit einer Neuner. Die zwei gesettet.
Tass will be loving that now. Playing top 3 stack at this feature table. Roman still the chip leader. Playing 8 million, which is good for 50 bigs. Had he won that, he'd be all the way up to 80. With the full house sealing the deal.
Schwede fertig. Was machst du?
Thomas raising to 330 from the cutoff. Yuri is in the house, says good evening. What's up, Yuri? Yuri says, how is life treating Mr. Behind the Mic? Yeah, not so bad. As we approach midnight, which means it's 1 a.m. at King's. Just ate way too much food today, Yuri, and the time, so I knew eating a large pizza was a bad idea, but it didn't stop me. It's okay, we've got reinforcements like coffee, berries, chocolate, fruit. Because we are in it for the long haul, Yuri. We are going to play on tonight until the early hours of the morning. We're going to crown one of these remaining players as the champion. One of the remaining players in the field, not just this feature, obviously. I believe we are down to the last 4 tables. Yeah, I had some family over, my nephews and that, so of course when they're 8 and 4 they love the idea of pizza, and I'm like, well, if they're eating pizza then I'm eating pizza. Let's go. Ralph is raising to 375 with the ace-3 offsuit. And we will have a redraw when 24 players remain, so just bear that in mind as we get closer and closer to that 3 tables remaining kind of a situation. We come back with 3 tables of 8. Yuri says can't wait until the Benelux is starting, so hyped to be there. Wish you the best of luck, Yuri. If you're anywhere near the feature table, even if you get a smell of it, sure, let us know in the chat. Roman getting the job done there with a sexy 3-bet cut off against the big blind. Roman just shoves all in from the small blind. Poker Goddess says they look forward to the EPSC this coming week. The European Poker Sport Championship, I presume. Yes, indeed. Just having a look at what's next. It's the EPSC indeed with 400k guaranteed. It's always a nice tournament. In the weekend after that, we have the France Poker Festival. 600k guaranteed in that one. Roman raising to 425 with 10-7 of spades on the button, and Andre in the big blind with ace-king off suit. Andre is going to 3-bet to 1.4 million, leaving himself with 2.3 behind. I think I just prefer to rejam from the big blind here. Risky business. If your opponent calls, you're going post flop out of position with a vulnerable hand like just ace king off suit. Just take it down. The lucky German says, what is he doing? Just push all in. Yeah, similar thought process there. Unless there's a dynamic where he's done it a couple of times with weak holdings and wants to get a 4-bet rip, and even then you don't want to go into these coin flip situations if you can avoid it with only 4 tables remaining, getting close to 3 tables remaining. Just take that 4-bet rip away from your opponent. There's just about 3 reasons you don't want to do that with the ace king there, so surprised to see a 3-bet off that stack depth. You could rip anything up to about 30 bigs there with ace king and I'd be comfortable enough with it. Roman in the cutoff. Gonna open with ace-3 suited. And Andre with the deuces here facing the cutoff open. This wouldn't be the wildest jam in the world either, especially against the chip leader, folks. I'm all for shoving here with any pair. Decides to just let it go. Now Thomas will be printing here with a jam. Goes for it. Yuri thinks it's fine to set mine. Yeah, it's okay. I would prefer to have more chips. And I think that's going to do it, folks. Looks like we are going on a 20-minute break. I would prefer to have a better pair than deuces, Yuri. I don't think it's that great. You're not going to realise your equity enough flicking into 300k there from the small blind. Right, folks, we're going to come back with 3 tables of 8. Some exhilarating action. The first 4 levels or so. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. See you all in a few moments.
I will see. Doesn't matter.
Nothing. In river I have nothing.
There's not a player at this table who doesn't mind seeing that 9 roll off on the turn. That much I can assure you, as the talents of Shilko no longer need to be contended with.
Without paying the
Bravo. You play slowly, but now you are hot. Саня. Давай, брат.
Well, no time for any eulogies. As we march on here, absent Shilko, 45 remaining. King Queen suited from the hijack, not all in, but mostly in.
Got Alice Sara saying, don't forget Benitez called time against Charles Cornuth in a hand at the break that he wasn't even playing in.
I remember that. Chance had some choice words for Benitez after that one too. That was at the World Series of Poker main event in Vegas this summer.
Oh, Volkov.
Wakes up in the big with ace-king suited. 3-bet it
I like you. You play
to get the last 70 in there.
Yeah, you don't
I don't like
you
him.
don't
Yeah,
like
I like him.
No stress.
No, I like him. I play fast too.
Ace, ace, 5, and
No,
queen suited.
possible combination.
So few outs. Running spades, running 10 jack.
knew that was GG.
And that's it. Ace is full for Volkov. Chip leader here
No more possible.
has 2 casualties in short order here at the feature.
100 blinds.
Daniel Dvoris comes to mind as someone that's just always involved in dogfights. Even for the smaller pots, you know, the single race pots, button v big blind. Let's see someone really earn this 1.5 million.
I've been bouncing in and out.
Twitch chat, by the way, speculating that perhaps we got some vowels jumbled up with respect to Benitez's online screen name, because if it is indeed Temato as opposed to Tomate, Temato is I kill you. And that would seem to be a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think it's...
If it isn't, you know, but I could see Temato, you know what I mean? If you're a boss out there, kind of an aggressive warning to those brave souls that would seek to take him on. Shilko showing bravery, this time with King 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Getting 3-bet.
How much is this? 60? 60.
By Volkov. Up to 165, now the Ducklings losing flight feathers. Surely Keating isn't. Considering.
We're at that stage of the tournament, my friend, where you really earn your money. I think we can expect to see a bit of a dogfight. We've got the right lineup for it. Deep stacks. A lot of ego, testosterone, competitiveness amongst these players. Oh, hello. Hello, cold 4-bet.
Quack, quack. Up to 440 in total. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Alex Keating. This is like when you pay a visit to the salsa bar at your local Mexican restaurant and...
What? What have we walked into?
I thought
Najad?
that the ghost chilies were going to be delivered by Keating, and yet all of a sudden Volkov flexes with a 5-bet up to 1 million. This is a Carolina Reaper here with Ace-Jack.
I was somewhat joking when I mentioned egos and testosterone with this lineup, but these guys really flexing on each other, taking it to the streets. A 5-bet pot in 2023, and Keating hasn't mucked yet.
This has nothing to do with the deuces at this point, and everything to do with whether or not Volkov's out of line. Ultimately, the fold does come in. Bit of an exhale, of course, from Volkov, who has to believe the ace-jack is always beat in that spot, but perhaps not as marginally as it was. Did you catch a glimpse of Shilko's glass, by the way? I don't think that's on offer here at Kings. That may be a personal receptacle there. That copper. Well, he's not working a Moscow Mule.
No.
Venti. Is he, or a mint julep?
It's the entire fit. He's got the Rolex Yacht Club polo shirt on. He's got the Breitling Aquamarine Super Ocean timepiece on his left wrist. You know, he's got the Triton scarf, copper flask. I dig it. He's trying to go for the old Dad's hedge fund is funding my poker career look. Don't believe me when I go all in kind of vibe.
Oh, we know differently. His talents or funding his poker career. 10-7 suited is funding the Hijack Open from Tabakaru. Oh, remember, 3-bet from the small, showed the ace-king, obviously looking to buy some table image. Ace-9 suited. We pause upon Kuru.
I don't know if you've sensed the shift in the pace of play as well as we head into the final 90 minutes or so. We've been at 46 for a while. They were dropping like flies when we came back in as Shilko in the small
Home TV, stream.
with the decision for 10 bigs. Oh, here we go. Is this it? Checking the itinerary.
245 already delivered, so this will be a spin. There's no world in which Kuru's going to release. But Shilko trying to put him on a range here. Hijack open, button 3-bet. When you have the ace-queen, you're focused more upon the 3-betters holding than the opener, correct?
Yes and no. I mean, the 3-better is on the button, playing around the same stack as the opener. Going to just be leaning into the perceived lighter open from the hijack. I think it's evenly split in terms of how worried we are about both players. Not an easy spot. Not an easy spot. I mean, he knows he has no fold equity, so he's always going to be spinning the wheel. It's whether he wants to go for it or not.
Everybody playing so slow.
Who just said that?
I didn't catch it. Maybe Benitez?
Oh, there we go.
I know, but
Comes to the right decision. Yeah, Benitez a bit uncalled for in my opinion. It's a 3-bet spot
46 left, main event.
with action behind, like,
минимум дамы. Минимум дамы, не годится. I know. Никогда. Просто si don't know about that. Здорово.
Well,
Первый раз он исполнил, прикинь.
comments aside,
За что я говорю, да.
we're going to play for 760.
look at the glance. Kura's given him, by the way, kind of just like,
Why you do this?
hey pal,
Удивительно, да?
be careful who you make enemies of.
Yeah, ego, 2-3 minutes.
Paired flop, presenting opportunities for Kuru. Shilko. Nervy moments for his ace-queen, and the 9 on the turn. A dagger delivered to the Belarusian. Can he find a queen in turn on this river? That would be the only escape. And he cannot. No justice sometimes. Obviously, Shilko coming off of a massive victory at the PSPC. Doesn't have a whole lot to complain about, but that was a spot that deserved a bit better. You could maybe put some mayo on the wheel, Henry. Just, you know, to take the heat off of pizza.
Let's just, you know, ease our way into the booth.
Pocket sixes. Let's see how the German eases his way into this one. $160. Min raise here with the blinds at 40, 80, and 80.
Yeah, we do have about 10 minutes left on this level. So we worked our way down the final 2 tables. Vela, Italian, Currently 14th in chips. Just going to proceed with caution by the looks of things. Comes with the defend.
Uh-oh. Top pair against bottom set. Monotone texture, though, could keep Vela from losing more.
Yeah, the saving grace here is these 3 diamonds on board for Vela. Could have been absolute showers, because it does mean that Poodle's going to continue for a smaller sizing rather than a larger one. Say it was like a Queen Jack 6 two-tone.
Another 200 into the middle after the check call of 100K. Very dry turn card now. The type that rates to keep ace-queen very involved.
Wow, he's gone pretty big, 5-10. Trying to get all of the money in on the river.
Also trying to make sure that those diamonds are going to pay a hefty price if they want to see a river.
Sure, but I feel like this size actually gives the Italian an option to escape this setup when we bomb 5-10. It feels like he's playing the strength of his hand rather than targeting specific parts of his opponent's range. You know, like this bet size, for example, just folds out all Jack X. It folds out a lot of the Queen X. And those are hands that we should be trying to get value from, right? Feel like we could have sized closer to half pot. But what do I know? Because he's getting paid.
That he is. As another million plus suddenly finds its way into the middle. You see the heart swallow there from Poodle. He's okay with red cards as long as they're hearts. And that 8 doesn't look very scary.
But maybe it's like, okay, now I want to target one pair hands.
$1.2 million. This is a big chunk of the 2 million back.
It's grim.
Vela.
It's grim because of how under-repped we are. I mean, he's flat called pre off of 30 big blinds. Oh, he's looked him up. 4 million chip pot for Poodle. And Vela down to dust, Ali.
Bogdan was watching this going, how come Martinson can't have all the fun? I'm the chip leader here.
Yeah, but he still has 6 million. It's okay. Once again, 2 10s. He's got the firepower to fight.
His arms must be getting tired, Randy.
Just kidding. I don't think he minds it.
We might have to relay the felt.
100.
Excuse me, can I touch my phone? Yeah?
Looks like he'll be raising, taking this one.
Yeah, Chateau with King 3 offsuit. Such a poor hand.
No chance he's playing this. Is he? Okay, I'm sorry.
There we go, Randy.
It's surprising because he hasn't been wanting to play hands, but
he's seen enough. He's seen Martinson play every hand, though. I guess Randy decided, look, I'm gonna make a stand here for 1 blind. I've got a short stack back.
He's had enough.
Yeah.
Didn't want to wait anymore. No flop.
Martinson top set because he needed a hit hand.
7 check.
Can Martinson find the check back, Randy? Against such a short stack.
I don't think he will, just because this board hits the big blind a little bit, right? 7, 6, gut shots.
Is it a tiny bet and trying to induce a check jam?
I think he comes in small because he has the best pieces of this board with top set. But rarely would he want to check back this flop.
$65,000. The bet very small. And a switch
Oh my
check.
god! What is going on here? Made a move with just king 3 high, no backdoor hearts, and he's pretty much dusted. Looking for an 8 or 9 and a 9 to kind of chop this one up.
Wow, Randy. He knew it was the big blind's board. And he took advantage of that situation, or at least he thought he was going to, but instead, Martinson has him all but dead. Randy, what are we seeing?
Well, that's it.
That seals it. Chateau out in 27th. I mean, I always give credit to someone giving it a go, Randy, but that was spicy.
Alright folks, we're back. Small blind is 100k, big blind is 200k with a 200k running big blind ante. That's 100, 200, 200. 24 players remaining now. This is the German Poker Days final day / morning. We'll be playing until we have a winner, no matter what the finish time is. Hope you're all enjoying the show. Got some action going on here. A couple of players with a couple of spades on that 7 deuce 3 board. Turn is the ace of clubs. Juicy one all around. All 4 players with a piece of it. Roman with the ace queen. $7.25 is the bet. Heinz is a name I recognize at this feature. Also seen, possibly the greatest name I've ever seen at this feature table. It is Donk Corleone. Wow, what a genius screen name that is. That's going to provide a lot of entertainment. Or maybe I'm amused easily. We're about to find out. 4 million in the pot, ace of diamonds hits the river, 20 bigs in this one now. $1.1 million is the bet. Be happy with that river. Considering any spade or any club would not have been what he was looking for. Trips saves the day, even though he had the best hand. A lot of bad rivers. Roman with 55 bigs, Edward with 39, David with 24, Andre with 21, Heinz with 21, Nathaniel with 20, Yavos with 10, Gerard with 10, and Don Corleone. What a name. What a player. 7 big blinds. I love it. Gerard all in under the gun. Andre all in over the top with the 2 ladies. It's going to get Yavos out of the way. And we've got action. Gerard gonna need to get lucky to remain in this event. Four, 5, 6 is the flop. No help to Ger. Andre set for not quite a double up, but a nice pot nonetheless. Turn is the 8 of spades. River is the king of diamonds, and Ger has been eliminated, and Andre will scoop those chips, now playing 6.7 million. David shoving from the button. Roman deciding to fold. That's a massive fold. I don't know what we're meant to do there, but King Queen suited going to be playing really well against that button shoving range. It just depends how much you want to gamble. Don't know what you think of that one in the chat. To be honest with you, he's got a nice stack. 40 odd blinds. That's a spot where you might want to edge pass in a field like this. Having said all that, it's a golden opportunity to win a massive pot. His opponent going to be surely raise calling hands like ace king and ace queen, so we are rarely dominated, but we are going to be in a flip situation a large portion of the time. Roman is going to re-jam with the ace-king. Hines is going to call him off. We've got a massive pot here, 8 million in this one. Jack, queen is the flop. Turn is the queen of spades. River is the 8 of clubs. Tens gets rinsed. Nothing he can do. It's pretty sick. Counterfeiting. It was a coin flip nonetheless. Don Corleone. I could get used to saying that. Roman calls him off. 2.5 million in the middle. Jack 10-3 is the flop. Not looking good for Don Corleone. Ace of hearts hits the turn. Here is the Jack of diamonds. We lose another player. Roman now playing 16 million in tips, 80 big blinds, and Don Corleone has been eliminated. Suddenly we've got a pay jump reach to over €2,000. €2,025 is the current payout from €200 buy-in for the GPD. And there is a player I recognise, Yurt 7. Seen him at the feature table a few times. Misut, the ace deuce of clubs here. David with the king queen. Stiggy says, set mine and blind be blind off 19 bigs. Never, my man, ever. Yes, indeed. Roman is your chip leader now with 81 bigs by quite some margin. Edward, the closest, in second place with 39 bigs. Andre with 34, and the rest following the top three. And 23 players remaining. Could have been an extra couple of players still remaining. I'm not entirely sure, folks, so you're going to have to bear with me. We're down to the last few tables nonetheless. Two blackjacks for Nathaniel. Biggie says, rods for TV table, and remember the moment the dealer couldn't stop laughing with me and Lucky Luke. Legendary moment. Was I around for that one, Stiggy? I can't really remember, to be honest with you. I'm only here less than 2 years, so perhaps that was before my time, my good sir. Oh wow, we've got an all in the call. What a cooler this is for the aces. Ten 9-4 is the flop. Ladies. Gonna lose a chunk of chips. I was meant to say what a moment this is for the aces, not how unlucky this is for the aces, obviously the queens. going to be able to take this hit. It's actually a fantastic moment for the aces to double up. Double up to over 4.5 million. Oh, Stiggy says, no, it was you. You mentioned me and all my friends from the poker club in Belgium are railing. Oh, of course, we were laughing our heads off. Yes, thank you, Stiggy. I needed a good kick up the to remember things like that. That was hilarious. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah. And the rail was going mad, actually. What reminded me of that one was the Italian poker sport recently. There was guys asking me to do impressions and shout outs and everything. And the last time I seen a rail going nuts like that was probably when you were on about you and your friends from the poker club in Belgium were railing. Nice to see some regs dropping by at this late hour of the morning, and it's going to be a hell of a lot later, so strap yourselves in, folks. It was hella special, Stiggy. Brilliant. That actually made me smile out. ECW King says, who is the man? It's Action Dan. I love it. If I can't do it, nobody can. I'm sure there's plenty of people that can do it. How are you, ECW? Let's get the chat bouncing. One step at a time. Flamingo in the house, wow. Stiggy, ECW and Flamingo coming by to support the channel. And indeed myself. Nice one, fellas. Oh God. What is going on here? What am I watching? Turn my head for 2 seconds to acknowledge the chat, and unless the graphics are incorrect here, David has shoved under the gun for 30 big blinds with 2 ladies. And Roman has gone back over the top with aces. He's lost 10 bigs with aces and doubled up David, and now looks like he is going to get his revenge. And it's a hell of a revenge if this works out. This is insane. Look at this pot, guys. Almost 70 big blinds in this hand, and Yurt should be just throwing his hand into the muck immediately if the action is gone the way the graphics on the screen are indicating. Jack 6-4 is the flop, rainbow, and Roman set to eliminate David. Oh my good God, I don't believe it. A lady on the turn, and whistles coming from David Ribert. That is a disgusting beat with 70 big blinds in the pot. Nothing Roman can do. I think he's celebrating a little bit too much, but an exhilarating moment for him. Holy moly, what a difference a hand can make, and what a difference 2 hands makes. Incredible. Yeah, as much as ECW says a rail like that would tilt you if you had your aces cracked, a 14 million chip pot, you've got to realise that it is nice to have your fans and your supporters on the rail, and sometimes that's part of the game. I know it sucks, and I do think it was a bit excessive, especially the whistling, but like I always say, you live by the sword, you've got to die by it. If it was the other way around and they're whistling at the other player, you've got to just take it on the chin, son. ECW wants to know how many are left. There is in or around 23 players, as far as I can tell. Perhaps when we went on a break, we hadn't got down to 24 and there was still a few extra players left. I don't really know. But they're balancing tables, and that's kind of an indication. The current payout is somewhere in or around $2,000, and there is in between 3 and 4 tables remaining. That much I do know. And the blinds have just gone up. And Clad wants to know, is it over, or is the final table tomorrow? No, there is no tomorrow. There is only today. We will play on through the entire night until we have crowned a champion in the early hours of the morning. And I mean the early hours of the morning. You could be looking at 7, 8, 9 a.m. finish. I've pitched a tent here in my office. I've got a flask of coffee. Might even make a fire and cook some leftover steak if I need to. We've got nuts, berries, lots of fruit, and of course chocolate, and lots of water. We should be fine. If I need any additional supplies, I only have to go downstairs. We're not out in the wilderness. I try to be very prepared for the German poker days. But we'll see what happens. I was trying to stay up to reverse my sleeping pattern last night by watching the UFC, but I had a long, busy family day, so naturally enough, I was asleep by midnight. Naturally enough, was up at the crack of dawn. Instead of being a night owl, I turned into a morning bird. Anyone else watching the UFC last night? I've asked that question twice tonight and got crickets, so now Roman has to be feeling a bit salty at this stage. That was a mental hand. A shove for 30 bigs. Probably less than 30 bigs. Well, the blinds have gone up now. Graphics said 100, 200. So that would be 30 bigs. Just shoving. Oh, it's just insane to just shove like that. Mainly because you want to get action, but perhaps it was all going in pre, no matter what happened. Small blind is now 150k, big blind is now 300k with a 300k running big blind ante. That's 150, 300, 300. 10-7-4 here. Roman betting 550, and I don't know where this is coming from. Nathaniel deciding this is the moment to shove all in with just ace-8 of clubs on 10-7-4. ECW says one day Kings will become like Vegas and you'll get a big office on the top floor as the COO of streams. That'll be fine, and that sounds great, ECW, but I would rather be at the table, deep in the main, the 10k main, balls on the table, let them pry the chips from my dead cold fingers, and hopefully someone else has taken my place. Well, I can't be commentating at the table, can I? So, unless I've got a mic and I'm at the table. And I don't think we've talked enough about that ace-8 jam. That check jam was nuts, mental. Do not try that at home. He must have a live tell on his opponent. And obviously his opponent is a bit tilted from losing those pots. He would have had over 20 million in chips, and now he finds himself back down under 20 bigs, and he's got 7 million. Stiggy says that is well played by the ace-8. Well, you see, you don't have... It's fine to check jam there, but you lose to all over pairs, and he's a bit tilted. Like, he could call you lighter than you think. But it's risky, ballsy play, and it paid off. Blocks ace-10 combos. Yeah, that's important. Knows the guy will fold block, but on his flush draw board it's more risky, of course. Yeah. He thinks his opponent won't open 10-8 suited, Jack 10 suited under gun since he lost pots. I think it's hard to put yourself in the brain of a man who's tilted and just lost a 70 big blind pot with aces, so it's hard to know. I don't think it's going to tighten up his ranges, if you want to know the truth, Stiggy. And we've got a big pot here, 6 million. 996 is the flop. Turn is a 6. Double pair board now. River is the queen. Oh wow. 3 is the magic number for Roman. He's lost 3 big pots now. This is disgusting. You got to feel for the man. And he still has the guts of 15 bigs, but I wouldn't be too surprised if I seen him trying to get it in light now. He looks like he's browned off and had enough. Still a nice stack, still just needs to remain composed and calm and let it go, but it's easier said than done. Granted, that was a flip, but when you're good to the river there, and the lady shows up, and not for the first time, it's adding insult to injury. Don't believe it. We've got another big pair, and it's Stephen this time. Don't poke the bear. Roman is getting obliterated. Nothing he can do, of course. Just has to let it go. Yeah, he could have elected to just jam that Jack 10 offsuit on the button, and that would have been a profitable move also. So he did escape. You're right, Stiggy. Yavis raising to 675 with the ace-8 of hearts. UCW says he rewatched the Louis Theroux Vegas documentary yesterday. Was a good rewatch. Yeah, I know that one. I used to love Louis Theroux. Some of them documentaries were brilliant. New Curb Your Enthusiasm came out as well. Don't know if there's any fans of that show. First couple of episodes are out. Absolute genius situational comedy. Stiggy says also watch Isildur documentary from Phil Galfond. It's cool but also sad. He did what he had to do at the time. Roman just going for it here. We are getting shorter handed. He does have sub 12 bigs. We're still into 5 players. It's close. I actually think I would fold this, but for taking that kind of abuse that Roman has, I can't blame him for shoving here. I mean, it is going to be profitable, but I'd rather have ace 9 or ace 10 off suit. These ace 8s, ace 7s and ace 6 off suits just play pretty bad when called. Roman whips it over. Andre with king queen suited. Jack 4 deuce is the flop. 1 heart. Turn is the 8 of spades. Roman looking good for a double up. Over 25 bigs in this pot. As we hit the river, it is the ace. Roman gets some chips back. Revitalise him, if only for a short while. Andre takes a hit. He's still playing 11 bigs, so good few short stacks, as you would expect in something like the German poker days. This will get quite turbo-y towards the end, which I love because it's going to provide a lot of action. German poker days, always a fun one. Players to be exhausted towards the end. Anis thinks that King Queen was a snap fold ICM. I think King Queen suit is just going to play very well there. I would go with that hand myself. ECW says the Germans are the most loudest in poker, that's for sure. Well, yeah, there'd be a good few of them drinking beer, as you would expect. Just €3 for a large beer at the King's Resort. 3 for a tenner. You can't go wrong. 1 pint in Ireland these days in Temple Bar costs about €10. Between 7 and 10 anyway. Roman picking up aces. This guy is on a big roller coaster. Lots of twists and turns so far for Roman. Trichola. And it's a very tiny 3-bet, but Nathaniel with a very light open from the button anyway, with just a 5 to go with his king unsuited. It is a tiny 3-bet, but Nathaniel hasn't got the chips to be messing around for 750 more here. It's just 2.5 big blinds, but it represents too much of his remaining stack. Roman does show the goods. I would prefer if Roman didn't turn over his hand there, giving away too much information. It's not necessary. Would have liked to see him maybe even just call there. Doesn't have to just 3-bet pre because he's got aces. It's a good hand to play deceptively. Also, table knows that he's relatively tilted. Shortest stack is 12 bigs and largest stack is 41, and everything in between 30, 24, 20, 17 and 13. 7 players at this feature table. Roman has rebounded nicely back to 30 big blinds, it has to be said. Having said that, you could easily be looking at him at over 20 million in chips, 25 million. David just keeps ripping these hands. He ripped with queens, he ripped them with tens. I just don't like this at all. Even if you've got jacks and queens and tens, it just plays so bad. If you're called, you are killed, you're dead. It's always going to be aces, kings and queens. An ace king. I don't know what the call-off range is there. Jacks and tens. Granted, he has tens, but I'm just saying, in general, it's probably a jacks plus type of a situation. I just think when he has that much chips, ECW, I'm not going to sugarcoat. I'll say what I see. I'm not going to be too hard on the meter. You've got to remember, recreationals are playing here with a €200 buy-in. It's an unbelievable opportunity for them. They might never be this deep in a tournament like this again, playing for €64,400. Things are going to happen, especially when they don't play professionally, and you know they're coming here to enjoy the King's Resort and enjoy the poker, and it's sound, but it's like you're going to see a lot of mistakes. But I just think there is just being scared to play post flop, and you see what happened when he done it. He ran into aces. Yes, okay, he wasn't getting away from it anyway. But if we're just going to play that game, sooner or later you're going to get called and you're going to be crushed. If he's not comfortable playing post-flop at all, we haven't really seen him go post-flop. He wants to play that strategy when he's less bigs. When he's the chip leader at the table, he just wants to keep trying to steal the blinds and antes. And yes, he can do that by jamming, but it's just so risky. The risk to reward there is just mind-blowing. Edward taking that one down with a C-bet on the 7-7-4. Javas stealing from the button with Queen 6 of spades. ECW says he's going to sit out for a bit, Dan. Might join later on. Good night, if not. Thanks for joining us, ECW. Might see you later. You know where to find me. Jack's taking it down. Just deciding to rip. A lot of scared money out there, folks. Can't blame them. Nathaniel is just going to call here on the button. I much prefer him to rejam off this stack depth pre. A7-7 is the flop. See, Nathaniel not going to call here on A7-7 for 800k is the problem with not rejamming pre. You just want to rejam this one pre if you're going to fold for one small bet here on the flop. Edwards' bluff is just going to be printing here. That is crazy. Nice pick up there for the king queen. Kings for Roman. My oh my, he's had a lot of big pairs. Stephen has a very jammable ace jack here with 14 bigs facing the open from the hijack. He's in the cutoff. This is standard stuff if he wishes to jam. Does move all in, and we're going to have action. Roman with an opportunity to win a big pot. $12.8 million in this pot. Queen 5 deuce is the flop. Looking good for Roman so far. Turn is the 7 of hearts. River is the jack of diamonds, and Roman now going to be playing 40 bigs, which is good for 16 million. Stephen has been eliminated. Nathaniel should probably be shoving this one, but he does let it go. Dame OB asks how many players are left. We've less than 3 tables So around 20 players remaining right now, all guaranteed a minimum of €2,400. You're welcome, man. Nice to have you with us. We are going to play until we have a winner tonight, so lots more action to come. Seven, 5 deuce is the flop here, all in against the Jack 10 against the King Queen. Andre needing help, gets it on the turn. Sorry, he didn't need help, he had the best hand anyway, but that seals the deal. Now playing 11 bigs, he was the at-risk player. Damo says he's here till the end. Championship rounds, buddy, nice one. In for a penny, in for a pounding. Andre all in with King Queen suited. Gets it through, takes down the blinds and antes. Edwards min raising with ace-9 suited, and Yavis all in from the cutoff for 3 million total with ace-jack off suit. And Edward is priced in here for 2.2 million more. Just 5.5 bigs. Doesn't like it, forced to put it in. 7 million in the pot. Trips for the ace jack. Edward forced to pay the man. Not looking good after that flop. He was up against it, to be fair, pre. And Yavuz will get a nice chunky double up. Yavuz raising to 900k. King jack off suit and the hijack. That's going to be good enough to take down the blinds and antes. Roman will fold, opening things up on the button there with 8-4. Hearts getting jiggy with it. Getting rejammed by the small blind with King Jack suited. That will be the end of that. Roman and David now tied for the chip lead at this feature table. Yavuz with 20 bigs, Edward with 16, and then Andre with 12, and Nathaniel is your shortest stack, playing 9 big blinds.
One call.
And Yavis waking up with kings here. The Cowboys. Kings of kings. Nathaniel with pocket tens. Brutally unlucky to run into the overpair. Close to 20 big blinds in this pot. 7.45 mil. Yavis waking up at the exact right time. Nathaniel needing help. He's a 3-1 dog to stay in the GPD. Jack 5-5 is the flop. Turn is the 8 of clubs. Nathaniel has been eliminated. Yavis will win a nice pot. And I think that that's it, folks. We are going to be going on a break. We have 18 players remaining now, so that means we are going to come back with 2 tables of 9. Things are heating up here. We will play down to a winner tonight. Well, this morning. Hope you're enjoying the show. If you're still with us, we've got a long way to go yet. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Players on our feature table. Average stack, well, it's about 310k. 120 odd players remain. This is the Mayo Man folding the 6-5 suited connectors. This is the short stack Minerva, just under 20 bigs with ace king suited.
Yeah, we saw him raise
6k.
Off a short stack, and he's going to do the same again with ace king.
6 pass, 7 pass, 8 pass.
Ooh,
Well, dream scenario really.
Yeah.
The super aggro player Matteo, ace queen, he's going to look at the stack, do the maths and go, well, look, my biggest exposure is 100k, let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's go, let's put it in. And here is the 3-bet. Ace queen on the button.
Yeah,
and it's going to be priced in when Saskia 4-bets.
Yeah. Sometimes online players struggle with, because when you're playing online you can see exact stacks. But yeah,
I know, yeah, that's a huge difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know what I reckon Armad was doing there? I could be wrong. He just wants to show. He just wants to know the exact stack size of Saskia.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd ever any intention of getting involved, but just using the opportunity to get a chip count from one of the players in a great situation. I mean, it's the dream, isn't it? With the big slick getting it all in versus ace queen.
Yeah. Yeah, Matteo did nothing wrong there. His hand, he pretty much had to 3-bet it, and once he does, he has to call it off because of the price.
And king on the flop means it's end of story. Bar runner for a straight. It's all over.
Yeah.
I think I'm sure I heard Armid going. I knew you were going to shove there.
Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah. Oh, there's a
Queen.
small chance.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Small chance.
Well, running queens definitely would work also. And you can see Saska, and that's just not right. That is just not right. I'm sorry.
That is brutal.
Wow. Thank you so much.
That is so horrible.
Oh, that's sick.
20 big blind, my friends.
So horrible for
20 big blinds, my friends, I think is what Matteo was saying.
Yeah.
Saska's
I mean, he's right.
had a
It's
brutal
standard, but
I mean, Saska's seen this before. There's no doubt he's very experienced. And, I mean, stood very accomplished good player, so he's seen a lot of funky stuff in his day. But that is a huge spot, really, isn't it? Getting close to the money.
yeah.
It's just the way it happened there, more than that.
And he's played. Yeah, it's great to see all the guarantees being hit.
Yeah, and I mean there was pretty decent guarantees there, even the mixed games, which don't tend to attract big numbers. All of these guarantees getting met, which is great. So we're looking at two big stacks. Cecil with the real hand here in the button. But Eric Nitro going to 3-bet with the King 9 just to try and establish his presence here. He's just arrived, and the Dutchman in the big blind Raoul just gets rid of his cards and lets the two big boys fight it out. It's some kind of setup, but Eric Nitro 3-betting. I mean, he's going to get so many hands to fold, but Ace King is never folding here.
No.
And we could see a 4-bet. It is a 4-bet there.
Yeah, it is a 4-bet.
Sizing is quite small.
Did it quite flamboyantly as well. Now, Eric really should just be folding unless he wants to get very adventurous and 5-bet.
Well, I mean, okay, maybe 5-bet is a consideration. What kind of sizing would be going? I mean, it's going to be.
You go absolutely tiny. Like you basically, if you go tiny and represent aces or kings, you'll get quite a lot of folds. The problem is it's just so much of a stack now. I think the prudent thing here is just to wave the white flag.
Well, that's just sick. I mean, this is unbelievable stuff.
That is incredible.
I mean, what a statement. Eric Nitro, this is just, I mean, what a statement from the Italian who's just sat down. He's putting all his chips in with King 9 offsuit.
Yeah.
I'm Cecil. I mean, I'm not strong enough to make this call if I'm Cecil. I'm just going, okay, you got me. I'm not willing.
This might work though. Cecil really doesn't like this. He's basically been asked to put almost all his stack in.
It's not too dissimilar to the hand we've seen between the Dutch player Raoul and Matteo earlier. And it's the second time we've seen Ace King fold a pre.
Wow, that is.
Well, I mean, this is just a license to kill now, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Clement is thinking about this, like his hand is good enough to shove here if there was no ICM. Instead he's gone for the raise, which allows him to raise fold just near the bubble. Yeah, I quite like this play because most of the hands that will shove over his raise he's going to be in bad shape against. And if just the big blind calls, he has a very nice hand, which plays well.
Albert makes the call. Angelo gets out of the way. Christian folds the king 4 off, and now action with Lord Mulligan. He's going to be putting the 10-3 in the junk.
6 pass. 7 pass.
Interesting, small blind. Ace 8. Snap folds, and now Filippo. 8 deuce.
This dude's suited, like it's a pretty looking hand, but we're very near the bubble, and just near the bubble you're not going to want to get into when we were already in the money. You'd be more likely to fall there. And Clement's going to feel great about this now. He's going to be happy to go with this. He has less than 2 times stack left behind. He's hit top pair. He's probably going to just bet and call if there's a raise, and probably shove the turn if it's a call. Another place, he's just called. Interesting.
Well, I mean, Albert's going to go with this.
Yeah, now Albert has a flush draw, not flush draw, and a gut shot as well. Clement has 2 pairs, so actually he's hit 2 pair doesn't change all that much. I guess he's pulled ahead of ace. Well, no, he was already ahead of ace queen, so yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh boy, sick. But Albert here, I mean, the raise
Albert
on the flop, I just didn't expect the raise.
Yeah. Albert tends to cover, so I think Clement is actually debating whether this is even a call now. He does make the call though. He had shot called on them there as well. They're so close to the money that it's possible Clement is stalling a little bit, trying to maximize the chance of getting the money.
Up with his pocket 4s, or will we see him play loosey goosey? That was the first moment we got to see him play any hand. Wojciech raising from the cuff to 11,000. Mohammed calling the additional 8.5k from the small blind with King 9 of hearts. Flop is Queen 8, 7, 2 diamonds. Check from the small blind. Check from the cutoff. Turn is the king of spades. Top pair now for Mohammed. Checks again. Straight draw for Wojciech. Wojciech betting 19k. Mohammed with the call. The river giving Wojciech the straight. Mohammed with the option will check, I would imagine, unless he's deciding to do some form of a blocker bet. Check from Mohammed. Now, Wojciech. How much value do I think I can get from my opponent's small blind defending range? Flop goes check, check. Turn goes bet call. And now the river. I will bet somewhere around 42k. Heard it here first. He's gone for full pot. I suppose it's a good spot to go for full pot. A lot of two pairs complete on this river. It'll be hard to get away from a hand as strong as King 9. We block straights, which is very important. We have top pair. Would Wojciech check back some diamonds on the flop and now bet turn and river? Big moment for Mohammed here. That is why the more I actually break this down, I prefer a larger sizing. We are polar. We've got nuts or air. Mohammed containing a 9 in his hand, with his top pair, having to pay off Wojciech. Alright folks, we're back. It's the German Poker Days final day / morning. 18 players remaining now. 2 tables of 9. We have some new faces. Jeffrey's here for Martin. Largest stack at this feature table is 31 big blinds. Shortest stack is 6 bigs and everything in between. So expect to see fireworks. Granted that I just said that, players will be cautious enough, considering they're only 9 places away from the final table. Top 4 will take home a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event taking place later on this year, and the winner of this event will win the title, €64,400 and all the glory that goes with it. So it is all to play for here. A lot of recreationals remaining in the field won't be used to playing for this kind of money before, so let's see what way things unpack themselves. Let's go. Roman taking down the blinds and antes, which are pretty big right now. Every time you can successfully take down the blinds and antes, adding 1 million to your stack. Ralph all in from the hijack for 10 bigs with Jack 9 suited, and Frank wants to be going with this one. The hand as strong as Ace Jack for a similar stack size. Don't like this fold from Frank at all. Just too good of a spot. Ralph getting away with murder there. Getting it through, taking down the blinds and antes. That's a classic example there, folks. You can't be letting those situations pass you by. Yeah, I was 3-betting from the small blind here to 3.4 million. Nice pick up there with the 3-bet.
Alle vollen Queens. Aha.
Az is still in the building with the ladies. Gets a walk. Shows the gang. Everyone joking and smiling. Great to see so much money on the line. Current payout is €2,400. Frank raising to 1.15 mil. I would prefer for him to shove off this stack size from the hijack. And Taz asking how much he has behind with the 7 deuce. That's because there is a pay jump of nearly €400, which is equivalent to 2 buy-ins. So going to take his time.
Schon nach der ersten Fahrt schon auf Urlaub. Ah, es ging. Es ging. Es ging? Es noch Pocket 9er. Es noch Pocket 9er, aber der hat Leben. Wenn ich 2 Live-Cards habe. Sagen wir klar. Du nicht. Ja, vielleicht.
Also Damen gezeigt hast, das weißt du, ne?
Ja. Deswegen kannst du ja nochmal drauf haben, oder?
Has shoving over the top here, and Yavis wanting a count. I think he could call this one. It's for about a third of his stack, but it's hijack against button. It's close. We're going to see a lot of these close spots. He might decide to just edge pass. Let's let it go. That's a good rejam from Taz with limited amount of fold equity, but just enough.
Rabattaktion. Vielleicht kriegst du ja noch raus.
Patrick is all in with 5-4 suited from under the gun. I don't even know how good of a shove that is from under the gun with 5-4 suited, considering the blinds and antes are about to hit us. It can't be too bad, but just 5 high, we might get a better spot. It does go all in and call. We do lose another player.
Unfortunately.
Ralph should be shoving this one with 8 bigs on the button. Blinds have just gone up. King 5 suited. Decides to just let it go. Five bigs going all in from the hijack with the ace-5 off suit. It's going to be enough to get it through, I think. Yavis shouldn't be calling this. It is only 4 big blinds more. It is hijack against the big blind, but Queen 5 off suit. Like he can find a better spot. Tries to flick it in. I actually don't think this is the worst call in the world, considering he already has $1 million invested. And Andre is going to double up, having Yavis dominated. Elevated Steam says, hey everyone, hope everyone is doing well today. Tonight, what's up Elevated Steam? We haven't seen you in a long time. Hope you're keeping well. Nice to have you with us. Frank shoving for 8 bigs on the button. Roman going to have to call off here with the 6s. We've got another flip on our hands. Queen A4 is the flop. Roman 2-1. Favourite as we hit the turn. Turn is the 7 of hearts, and now Frank needs help on this river with a king or a jack, or he will be eliminated. River is the 9 of diamonds. And we lose Frank. Elevated team says, yeah, same to y'all. Long time no see. Glad to be here again with good company. You came to the right place, Elevated team. We're in it for the long haul. Still 100 viewers for Poker Room Kings on Twitch, and the guts of the same, or even more, on YouTube at the moment. So still plenty of people hanging around as we get closer and closer to the final table of the German Poker Days. Has been working a lot on normal life stuff, keeping him busy. Saving up for a house. Hope to have it moved in within 18 months. Deadly. Good to hear. Gotta keep a roof over your head. Roman 3-betting all in from the small blind. Martin going to be forced to fold this one from the cutoff. Ace King taking that one down. Roman taking that one down, and now he's playing 20 million. Remember, he lost some massive pots earlier, would have put him over 20 mil, and he had himself down at 3 million, which was about 10 bigs at the time. So he has rebounded very, very nicely. Finds himself with 40 bigs. All players guaranteed in or around 3.5 grand at the moment. Looks like we have 14 players remaining. So current payout should be €3,150. Next payout will be €3,550. Andre going all in for 4.3 million over the top of Roman. Roman probably has to call this one for 6 big blinds more. So we do have all in and call, just shy of 10 million in this pot. Three deuce is the flop. Andre, 4-1 favourite to double up here. Just shy of 20 bigs. Turn is a 5. River is the ace. Andre will double up. Call Ever says, how many players remaining? I just told you there was 14. And I've also explained multiple times tonight that we have a new system installed and we are missing key information in the top right hand corner of the screen telling you how many players are remaining and how much the average stack is. So hope that answers your question. Trying to keep you as updated as I can. You can see there's 7 players at this table. That means there's 7 players at the outer table, which means there is 14 remaining still. Average stack in or around 25 bigs. About 13 million. Yavas is going to raise to 2.5 times the big blind. Yes, Call Everett, we do have that information. We're just missing it at the moment because we've installed a new system. So normally we do have all the information you are requesting. Just don't have it tonight. /morning. Nice to have you with us nonetheless. Ralph is all in for just shy of 6 bigs. And Yavas the opportunity to double up. Sorry, to knock out Ralph. Not quite a double up. But there is almost 7 million in this pot, and he does have the guts of 7 million behind. 7-5 deuce is the flop. Turn is the 4 of clubs. River is the ace of diamonds. So Ralph has been eliminated. Yavas will scoop those chips. And 13 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €3,550. That means we are 4 eliminations away from the final table. All the time says, appreciate everything you all do for these streams. Love you, buddy. Nice one for comment. Nice to have you with us. Lovely payday for these folks from a €200 buy-in. The amount of money they're playing for is insane. €64,400 from a 200 buy-in, and it will end in the early hours of the morning. So the pressure's on. They're going to be tired. It's about how well they can adjust to the fatigue. Championship rounds, as I always say. Who wants it the most? A lot of recreationals remaining in the field that won't have played for this kind of money before, so expect to see a lot of cagey play. The cream will rise to the top. It's the people that are the most aggressive that are going to consistently accumulate chips. Whoa! What's happened to the ace king there? Ace king going in the muck, unless I have the wrong graphics in front of me. Andre taking that one down. An open with ace 5, 3-bet. It's ace king to release. That is far too tight. Validating what I just said about we're going to see some cagey plays. Wasn't expecting to see that. Yavis taking that one down with the king queen suited. Edward raise calling or raise folding. If he has a hand he couldn't raise call with there, he could opt to just jam with 20 bigs from the button, but it's risky business this close to the final table. If your opponent hasn't been re-jamming on you, you think you can successfully take down the blinds and antes. 20 big blinds seems like it's just a bit too much to be shoving in a tournament as good as this one with so much money up top. It does go for the min raise, gets jammed on, lets it go. Yes, call Everett. Right, this is the last time I am going to say this. We can't have that information because there's something wrong with the system, the brand new system that was installed. The next time you turn up, we will have that information. We just don't have it tonight. I know exactly what you're saying, that it's the most important information and whatnot. Personally, I think it's way more important to know how much money's in the pot, what the blinds are, and what you're watching, and how many hands have occurred. We have optimized the displayed info when everything is working in the system. We're just missing some key details at the moment. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Yavis is going to raise from the button 2.5x. Roman with another big pair. He's got chips in hand, is going to 3-bet. And this is a really nice time to pick up two ladies because Yavis might read this as Roman trying to re-steal this close to the final table, and with a hand as strong as ace-jack, we could easily see him shove all in, and he does in a heartbeat, and he gets snapped off. And look at the size of this pot, 28.6 million. No problem, call ever. Thank you for saying we're doing a fantastic job. We're doing our best for 4 in the morning, and we could have another 4 hours left yet, even longer. Anything is possible for the GPD. It is 667 on the flop. Roman set to have the guts of 60 bigs. From seeing him get so unlucky with aces earlier and have a gigantic pot. He's really impressed me how well he has regained his composure and his chip stack. Just one card left to come for Yavis.
Yes!
This is the 10 of spades. Roman celebrating, and understandable. Everyone's celebrating when he got a very bad beat earlier, so not too bad to let out a little scream and a shout every now and again. And Yavis is going to be left with one big blind.
Ik heb nog 600 KO.
We are just going to balance tables here. So you see 6 players remaining here, and one of them has one big blind. That means 12 remaining now, which means we are only 3 eliminations away from the final table. Nearly 4:20 now at the King's Resort, so players will be definitely getting tired. They'll have played for several days in a row. That's a massive pot for Roman, leaving his opponent with one big blind. Martin picking up ladies first hand back. Look at this. Edward re-jamming the guts of 20 bigs from the hijack. We've got action. I don't believe this. What a hand for Taz. Taz picking up aces against Martin, against Edward. I don't even like calling here with queens. It just looks so strong behind him. This is mental. Holy moly, I suppose it's just going to be too strong when you're this short-handed. He's not loving it. What a pot we have here. 25 million. 50 bigs. Taz with the aces, Martin with the ladies, Edward with the Jeffreys, and here we go. Eight, 5 deuce is the flop. Turn is the 7 of clubs.
Oh, that would be. That would be brutal.
river is a lady. I don't believe it. The lady has been popping out all night. The double elimination, that is sick. His face telling a grim story. Edward has been eliminated. Taz has been eliminated, and Martin from the Czech Republic is going to be going to the FT with over 50 big blinds. Absolute scenes here. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. This time that surprise was a lady on the river. That means 9 players remaining now, and they are all going to go to the final table. We are going to go on a 20-minute break. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this. There's going to be so much action at the German Poker Days final table. I will see you all in just a few moments.
Hey, you are lucky boy. Thank you very much. You are lucky boy. I'm sure everyone is lucky. Now,
Ditto saying, is his real name Fire at Will? It is indeed. Change it. Oh wow, what a sick setup.
I mean, Youssef could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this.
Yeah.
Loves to get his money in first.
This is 25 bigs. He's going for the 3-bet bluff. Oh, sorry. 3-bet bluff. 3-bet fold. It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming in 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're planning on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Youssef yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from Fire at Will with the Ace-King suited. Card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss. Fire at Will has him covered. Youssef is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like Fire at Will is going to give it up. What looked like a disaster for Youssef. He's found a way to win this, and Youssef just won't believe. Hey. I'm getting the feeling, Henry, that Emil is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emil.
Does.
become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again, of the spade variety on this occasion, 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is going to get Emil to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't, does just defend. Wow.
There's going to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We know what the brutal card would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emil Bissey, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for Emil. You can see the remaining jacks dead. Mr. Bond.
How can you read this guy?
Turning the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise, snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emil Bissey with the redraw to the full house. If he doesn't hit Henry, it's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen or Jack. Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card, 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot. Folds under the gun +1, he's folding under the gun. Great situation for Jan. Particularly with his image.
Grace.
Here we go.
He has become super active.
Georges is out there.
Now he opens with the goods. Mr. Bond with 7-5. Took a little bit of a hit.
I knew he was gonna.
Yeah, he's just.
I knew he was gonna flick this in.
I mean, this is.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's emotional.
Boys and girls, we're playing
It's
for
like-
over 200,000 euros, and these boys are out here swinging. I knew he was gonna call, man.
7-5 off in the small blind position, and he hits a pair.
Oh, here we go, boys and girls.
Okay, fasten your seatbelt.
What on earth is happening?
And Mr. Bond is going to feel like he's ahead here a bunch of times, isn't he? Particularly against someone like Jan. Are we going to see a check raise?
I think it depends on sizing. That is.
Well, that's a huge 3/4 pot bet, it looks like.
175.
I mean, a fair play to him. He's going to get value from it.
Hello. Oh boy. It's kicking off here.
It really is. A 7 would be so disguised as well. Alright, that's gonna probably hand over.
I'm not sure, Henry.
All in.
Well, it is now, for sure. I mean, Jan with the ace of clubs. I mean, what's he trying to do? He just wants to clear out all the hands that he's absolutely crushing. I think this is a mistake from Jan Henry. I mean, I've got my customer, I have him interested, and now I'm just killing him off here on the turn.
You've seen Mr. Bond rattled.
If you tell you what you have, I have tell what I have. I show you.
Well, Mr. Bond won't want to tell him.
Tell me the truth. Huh? Pocket 7?
Know the history. Yeah, you just don't know what's been going on at the tables.
Now Ross smells blood here. Mr. Bond on a downswing. Check back the flop with his good shot, and now Ross Gaff is going to try and steal this.
No idea. Not sure about this bet, not sure about this defend. I think this is very player dependent. And well,
That's just remarkable, really.
We now river showdown. Oh, sicko.
Mr. Bond.
The absolute
What has
sicko.
happened this man? It's a completely different player to yesterday.
Gaff hasn't snap folded, by the way. Alright, let's see go. He looked extremely suspicious there. He's like, he's got ace queen with like the ace of spades. You just gotta love this guy, man. This guy, Mr. Bond.
Make it 65k with the 5-4 suited, but look at Youssef, ace-jack suited. He's going for the 25k big value chips, which tells me he's going to 3-bet. Not what Georgios wants to hear with 5 high. Youssef. Does put in the 3-bet.
And yeah, he's got 40%, so an amazing price. Like, he needed 25. Oh boy.
Well,
oh,
I mean,
he might be in
it's
trouble.
just lights out. How often are you drawing dead on the flop and no limit hold'em?
Oh, go on, Yusuf, knuckle it, bro. Oh, like bet small, like B33.
Tiny, like 3 blinds.
Oh, he's going smaller. Go on, yeah, B20 is fine.
Now, if I'm Georgios and I do make the call pre-flop and I flop it up and down straight, I'm certainly continuing.
This is six sizing here. Does just cool. That's some very excited hands in the last orbit or so. We all know what the action turn card would be.
Georgios misses 705,000. Now, Youssef, please go super small, Youssef. There is no, you have an absolute lock on this hand. Keep your customer interested. 200k. Please don't go all in. 200k. Perhaps Georgios considers The check raise. Do you know what would be even better, Henry? Check back. That would just be quality. Nothing to fear. Stone cold nuts. Love it. 150k.
I think when we're blocking the flushes that could call, and it's more likely that Georges has like a pair with a spade, or like a hand like King Queen. Yeah, nice lay down. Well, I say nice lay down, 5 high. But yeah, off to the first break of the day, and what an exciting end there.
Georgios with the enough flush draw. His overcard could be good. He's going to have a big decision here, Henry.
Easy fold. Easy fold.
Stinka obviously gets out of the way, and Naros folds. Jan Jorgensen has none of this. Georgios, does he want to take a spin? That's the question.
He's asking for a count, but I don't think he ever calls here. Just not getting the right price. I think maybe I think you're right. Like if he knows the ace is good, then maybe. But like running into like ace 10 of diamonds is a disaster. He's got 48% equity though. Needs to call 1 mil to win 1.5, meaning he'd need, what, 33% equity. He's got it.
Georgios. I mean, he's just not a punter, right?
No, you don't come this far to just punt it off with a flush draw. You're pretty frustrated that you don't get to see a turn card, but you know, you're like, why did he bet 300k or something like that? But
Mr. Bond letting rip. 460k in the pot, and he just jams the lot in. Georgios. He makes the call, Henry.
Wow.
That's quite remarkable. I actually was leaning towards what you were saying. You convinced me, Henry. But Georgios, both players with the same stack size. Woo! 9, up and down straight draw to go along with the flush draw.
what a turn card.
6 is good. Jack is good. Ace is good. King of Spades is no good. 2 pair for Mr. Bond. 1 million shove on the flop.
Let's go.
Now we have a player with a stack. 2.5 million.
Ditto saying, is his real name Fire at Will? It is indeed. Change it. Oh wow, what's it set up?
I mean, Yusuf could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this.
Yeah.
Loves to get his money in first.
This is 25 bigs. He's going for the 3-bet bluff. Oh, sorry. 3-bet bluff. 3-bet fold. It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming you 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're planning on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Yusuf yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from Fire at Will with the Ace-King suited. card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss. Fire at will has him covered. Youssef is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like Fire at Will is going to give it up. What looked like a disaster for Youssef. He's found a way to win this, and Youssef just won't believe.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. Just in time to see Martin offer protection to Yavuz in the form of a rejam here with the ace-king off suit. Yavuz getting his money in with 42% equity. Not too bad, not too shabby at all on that flop. Jack 10-4, 2-spade board. Basically post or a coin flip on the flop. Turn is the queen of diamonds. That gives Martin the straight. Yavuz has been eliminated. The 9 of diamonds, no good to him. Got it in a great situation there. Really a coin flip situation against Martin's ace-king. Can't ask for much more, just unlucky. €4,750 for his efforts. That means all remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €6,225. €64,400 for the winner of this one. 8 remaining. Significant payout for a €200 buy-in, already over 6 grand. Jumps just getting bigger and bigger from here on out. Small blind is 300k, big blind is 600k with a 600k running big blind ante. There's a man who needs no introduction, raised from space. I met him the last time I was at Kings. Told him he needed to change his nickname. It was way too confusing. Every time he raised, I said raise from space, raises, and he thought this was very funny. Said he hadn't heard my commentary because he'd be listening to the German stream, but nonetheless, he took down the German Championship of Poker. Sorry, he came second place, and that was the first night I ever started commentating for Kings. So a blast from the past, raise from space. I'll be calling him Space as much as possible, just to not get too confused. He is definitely a player to watch out for. He's very good and will excel at an FT like this. Jorge Duarte in raising. Like I said, the blind's gone up 300, 600, 600. Going to put significant pressure on the shorter stacks, and the bigger stacks can use this to their advantage. Looks like Jobus will turn his trees into a bluff here on the river. Goes for a smallish sizing. It looks like it might get the job done. Well, it could be the greatest value bet of all time. Just the worst board for both hands. I like that jumper he's wearing there off the King's collection, but we've got a new hoodie that has a mask sewn into the hood itself. Collection is fantastic. It's called the Poker Face collection. So if you're interested in that, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Head over to the merchandise store. You can get all the additional information about the resort itself. We've got great new content on our YouTube channel. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow on there. Excuse me. Martin opening in the hijack with 10-6 suited. And man is going to shove over the top with ace-9 of clubs. Expect to see Martin be fairly active and aggressive with all those chips. Playing to go to 30 mil is definitely one to watch out for. Players already playing 12 hours, well 11 hours for the final day. There could be a good few hours to go yet. Average stack around 15 million at the moment. Duarte in raising. Jack 4-5 is the flop. Roman with pocket eights, defending in the big, just facing 1 over card. Expect him to continue for this. That's 7 of spades. Giving Roman a straight draw. So there's 5.7 million in this pot now. Duarte could check back to call the river if he thinks he can get additional value. There's also some bad rivers, so maybe he wants to protect his hand. If I'm going to bet here, I want to bet about 3 mil, 2.5, 2.7, something around that area. Sets up a river jam nicely. Bang! I said 2.7. He goes for 2.65. I like this from Duarte. Blatt says, heck of a run from ace-8 versus king-queen suited. Yeah, unbelievable. And you see Roman is going to check jam and rep a straight with those straight blockers. Also maybe thinks he has the best hand some of the time. Could get spades to fold. Maybe even an overpair. Maybe even a hand like the one Duarte has. But when we bet this much of our stack on the turn, we've got to call it off. Duarte will be delighted to see he's up against eights. Roman with a bit of a stutter step here on this one. I don't really think he has to play his hand this way. You can see he's not too happy. Wow, I thought that was an 8, but it is the 9 of diamonds. Hold all the way around to the small here for Roman. Wow. Worth it in the base here. It is blind be blind. Looks like he's going for a tiny 3-bet. Roman came to this FT with nearly 30 million in tips. Let's see what he makes of this. Does call for the min. This is the disaster for Roman. The 5.4 million in the pot. I'm just going to make it a sizing of around 2.5 mil. That looks like a bit more. If we're going for a bit more, then it looks like we're just going for 2 streets. Just bet enough on the flop to set up a turn jam. I don't see how Roman can get away from this. Looks like a bet of 3 or 3.5. 3. I was going to suggest he bet 2 and then basically milk it for all it's worth, like 2.8 and 3, and then shove the rest. This is so sick. Roman shoves, Duarte calls. And look at the size of this pot, 34 million. Roman coming in. One of the chip leaders is now 1 foot out the door. 85% here. What a moment this is for the aces as well. Really getting the gin flop to stack his opponent. Turn is the 5 of spades. No player with a spade in their hand. Just 9% for Roman as we hit the river. River is the 6 of diamonds. Roman, after all that, hard to see him go from such an amazing spin after having such bad beats, but does take home €6,225 for his efforts. And that means 7 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €8,800. 7 players remaining now. Duarte making it 1.6. Martin folding. Queens for Andre, raising to 2.1 mil. Going for a very large open sizing. Takes it down. Martin getting very Jiggy with it. 5-3 offsuit on the button. And space with just 6 bigs. Going to shove it in here. And I don't even know if Martin's going to fold here. It's only 5 big blinds more. It's less than 8 big blinds total. And he can't afford it. But obviously we just have 5 high. But having said that, we do rate to have 2 live cards here most of the time. That's rare enough you're going to see him raise fold that one. Does let it go. Deuce is happy to take that one down on the paired board of Queen 8-8. Wow, Duarte is going to min raise here. He's a non-believer. Incredible. This is really strong stuff from Duarte. Putting Andre to the test. And Andre does eventually let it go. Stanislav with 18 bigs here, ace queen off suit in the cutoff. Min raising and some. That's far more than a min raise. That's actually 4x, not 2x. Very, very large raise size. That will do. He'll take it down. And Space wants to shove this one with 11 big, so the hand is strong as Queen Jack suited. That's also an option. Goes for the min raise, and this will look very strong to the rest of the table. Raises and takes it. Blinds have gone up. Small blind 400k, big blind 800k with an 800k running big blind ante. That's 400, 800, 800. Fraze takes that one down with the pocket trees. Jobus his turn to take down the blinds and antes from the button. So bottom three players, all with 10 bigs. This is going to be very interesting, especially from an ICM dynamic. Stanislav with 13 bigs, then Jobus with 22, then Martin with 34, and way out in the lead now is Duarte playing almost 60 big blinds. Nearly 40% of all the chips in play, 46 million. Queen's taking down the blinds and antes. Stanislav raising to 2.6 million with ace queen offsuit from under the gun. Going for a little over 3x. Round two, Duarte. He's going to be in a tough spot here with just 10-9 suited. Would like to see a flop, but it's quite a large sizing. So let's see what he does here. Just don't think he has to risk it. Does decide to just let it go. Definitely would have called for min-raise. Obviously from a later position, it'd be easier for him to defend. Job is now with a similar-ish situation, only he's the last person to act. Stanislav does pick up the blinds and antes. Andre's all in from the small blind. That previous hand getting taken down by the jacks, even though there was 2 over cards on the flop. We've got action here. Man all in, under the gun. Andre all in over the top. Gonna have a big flip on our hands here. 7 players remaining. Coin flip situation. Man is the at-risk player. 14.5 million in this pot. Three on the flop, and that is not a good start for Andre, even though he's hit top pair, top kicker. Burnis an ace. Don't really want to see that, although he only has 4 outs as we hit the river. River is a 10. Andre going to be shipping the sherbet, a lot of his stack going in the opposite direction. He'll be left with 5 big blinds. 7 million in this pot as we hit the river. King 4, 5, 4, deuce. Could have seen a bluff there on the river with the busted straight draw. The small blind is going to take that one down. Andre takes down the blinds and antes with the King Jack. Martin raising to 1.7 million with the pocket nines. Couple of shorties now, and Space is going to have to make a move soon enough. See some action here. Put off against big blind. Jobus with ace queen off suit. 20 odd blinds to start the hand. Perhaps he just wants to see a flop. I'm okay with either or here. There's a lot of pay jumps to take into consideration. And 3 bets. 3 bets to 4 million. I'd be inclined to just stick it in his eye if I was Martin. Having said that, this is either the absolute top of Jobus's range. Trying to get a read, perhaps, is Martin. Yes, basically an all-in. Four betting to 10 mil. Jobus just with 12.6 total behind. Expected to see him just rejam pre. Does decide to 3-bet fold. Interesting. Martin shows the pocket nines. Approaching 6 a.m. now at Kings. There's not much happening in the background at this hour on a Monday morning. These 7 lucky players remaining, playing for €64,400 for the winner. This man picks up aces. Five players got this FT now. 20 big blinds are below. And then there's a big difference then between the top two compared to the rest of the field. Martin with 45 bigs and Duarte with 53. Too much in the difference between them two. They'll be separating themselves from the rest of the pack. Space is all in for 4 bigs now. Blinds went up a hand or two ago. $500,000 is the small blind, 1 million is the big blind, with a 1 million running big blind ante.
König 7 suited gegen 10 auch noch. Suited.
Man is going to call from the big blind, so it is all in and call. Space is at risk. Not a good flop for Space. He is still ahead with a lot of outs to dodge as we hit the turn. Turn is the 3 of hearts, and that's a very good card for Space. River is the 7 of clubs, and that will eliminate Space. Unlucky, sir. Good game. So he will take home €8,800 for his efforts, and that means 6 players remaining now. We're just 2 eliminations away from all players remaining guaranteed that 10k ticket. Andre all in for 4.4 bigs. All the time is still with us in the chat. What's up, buddy? It's either very late or very early. 6 remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of €11,150. All the time says trying to stay awake a lot easier when at the table. I hear you, buddy. We're well and truly out of coffee. Says thanks for your work here. All in the day's work. Got to take the rough with the smooth. It's been a very fun 8 hours so far. It's been a hell of a lot longer for the players themselves. They're playing approaching 13 hours, well, more than 12. Someone wants to know where Martin Cabral is. Well, we have a different Martin, just not a Cabral. Kings for man. Martin with an open ender here. And he is from the Czech Republic as well, but it's just not a Cabral, I'm afraid. Not this time. Bear Totem says, at its core, it's a stupid game. It is a game with goosebumps and adrenaline, and I said it before on this channel. It's not like you're a UFC fighter and you retire at 40 or 35. I think it's funny to get a few people chiming in at this hour. Go on, the lads. Great to see you all supporting the channel this far into the stream. It's been very exciting, FT, and especially before that as well. We've seen so many big pairs tonight. It's been incredible. And that's going to slow the action down for man. It'll be tough to get value. Just decides to check it back. One down under playing in the background. That's it, do you speak my language? I don't think I need a veggie mix sandwich at this hour. I won't start singing where everyone might just tune out. People asking for PLO. With loads and loads of PLO the last 2 weekends in a row. Suppose you can never get enough of the old PLO, providing so much action, sport. And I'm just going to go all in here. There are 8 big blinds total. That's it. Getting out of the way. Well, this was a pair, but it's only a baby pair, and let's not forget what's at stake here. 4 tickets worth 10 grand a pop. And Jackie says 2 loads of saves for gambling night guys. Went from 800 down, holding to 2-4 up into it all. 2 magic. Chakra, I don't know. Here's for enlightening us about that one. Nice one. Love hearing Rags, the Ritual story. It's always good to get out of the hole and then make some profit on top. Andre all in for 4.4 big. He's the faces. We've got action here. Duarte, the opener. Stanislav going all in. 8.5 bigs total with the ace queen suited, and Duarte, I think, can comfortably min-raise fold hands like this, especially with just a deuce kicker. Even if he is suited, he might feel like he's priced in, but I don't feel like he has to gamble here. Does call for the 6 bigs. Gets the bad news, just 19% equity. Deuce for deuce. Turn is the jack of clubs. That's sick for Stanislav. Nothing he can do, of course. It is what it is. He has been eliminated and 5 players will remain, and Duarte extends his chip lead, now playing the guts of 60 million chips, which is good for 60 bigs, of course. Daddy says thanks for the commentary and good night of poker to all of y'all. Thank you very much for your comment. And Bear Totem says, is it Rob Young or Rob Young? I used to think it was Rob Young, but it's Rob Young. But we just say Young anyway. It's just the way it's spelled, Y-O-N-G. Bear Totem says he's going to Austin for the Eclipse. Maybe a look for a poker lounge. Maybe go to Doug Polk's place. The Lodge. Yeah, you can't get it in much better than that. He had the clubs covered and everything, just the 2 live cards all the same. I think it was right on the line of just folding with the king deuce. Doesn't really need to risk it there, but felt like he was priced in, wanted to gamble. What you gonna do, eh? Martin's going to win that one. The 5-5-3-7-8 board. Look at this, Ace King against Ace King. Going to be chopping this one up almost all of the time, boys.
Runter. You only have one. It's better. I think it's okay. Just random. Two spades. Two spades is fine for me. Woo!
Duarte free rolling with 2 hearts on the flop. That'll do it.
Crazy arena, man. And they seem to be very scary. Crazy because everyone. Yeah, ready. All in! 6 rates all in.
Andre getting it all in. This could be GG Andre because Duarte with all the chips and the Jeffries. Martin's going to call. Okay, Martin. I like your enthusiasm, but I wouldn't be doing anything here with just 8 high. 8-5 offsuit. It does have 2 live cards.
Ja, für mich. Ja, für mich.
Both players going to check. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. The 4s are rinsed. And sick enough here. I'm at the best of it. River is the 6 of spades. Andre has been eliminated, and that means 4 players are going to remain now, and it also means that all players remaining have guaranteed a 10k ticket for themselves. Good game, Andre. Unlucky in the end. You'll take home 14,500 euro for your efforts, and that means all remaining players guaranteed a minimum of 18,200 euro cash. Not bad for a 200 euro buy-in, and of course the 10k ticket. Argonaut says A5 is not the nuts. Jack 8 was the nuts, yeah. Unlikely his opponent has Jack 8 there when he has 2 jacks in his hand. Well, I hear you. And Jobus with 5 bigs has got all the pay jumps and just has to shove this one. Not much else to do. Duarte is going to call him off, and it's basically 50-50, even though Jobus has the best diamonds compared to his opponent. So here we go. Queen 5-3 is the flop. Turn is the 8 of clubs. Job is set to double up here to 14 million. Wow. Runner. Dirty way to go out for Jobus. Nothing he can do. Duarte going to win this one as well. Hence the expression, as greedy as a pig. Duarte now playing 60 mil once more. We say goodbye to Jobus in 4th place, taking home the guts of €20,000 and a 10k ticket. Unbelievable payday for a €200 buy-in. Should be delighted with himself. And 3 players remaining now. So that's how they're shaping up. Duarte just under 60 bigs, Martin with 50, and Mann bit of work to do with 16 bigs, but still a very playable stack. All players remain guaranteed a minimum of €25,100. They're discussing some form of a break. Looks like it won't be happening for a few hands. Faint asked how many hours do they play daily. This is a bit of a strange one, Faint, because normally we come back on the Monday. So I'd be in bed now, and we come back at 2:30 Central European Time on the Monday, and then we play from 24 players until we have a winner. But the German Poker Days that takes place about 4 times a year. Runs throughout the whole night. Mad German men and women fighting it out for €64,400. German Poker Days always provides endless amounts of action. It is very intensive, Faint, but it is only a couple of times a year. So we are live on the channel for 8 hours and 23 minutes, but these veterans are playing for over 13 hours now. And that's just today only. Faint says he wishes me a good night already in advance. Bear says some of these guys ain't German. What I'm trying to say, that it takes a special sort of a tournament to have people wanting to play throughout the whole entire night so they don't come back on the Monday. You have Martin from the Czech Republic, Man from Germany. And of course you have Duarte with the Canadian flag, but I don't know. He doesn't look too Canadian to me. Either way, nice to see so many different nationalities being represented once again, all under one roof. It's the King's Resort live from Rozvadov. And the small is just going to absolutely rip it over the top of Martin. Problem with these kind of hands, ace-6, ace-7, ace-8 offsuit, they just don't play too well in all-in situations, even though you could be ahead of your opponent. This is actually a good example of that. You can see Man is basically coin flip if Martin was to call. And it's just so much of Martin's stack. I reckon Man will get away with it. If this was like closer to 15 bigs, 12 or 13 total, I think we could call him off, but this 19 million is just going to be too much. He does eventually let it go. Duarte 3x and Martin call, and 8 deuce deuce is the flop, 2 clubs. Faint says, are the cash games 24/7 running in Rosvedov? I mean, they are. You'll always get a game. If there's a game running, and they do be pretty much 24/7. Duarte 3x and a man going to call from the big with ace 10 off suit. $3 million is the bet. And Faint, if you're looking for additional information about the resort itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. We have a YouTube channel as well. Give us a like, subscribe and a follow on there. Great new content, new videos each week. That's the power of the big stack there from Duarte. Just able to take that one down. I'm going to raise fold from the button. The blinds have just gone up. Nicholas asks, are deals allowed? Officially, no deals allowed at the feature table at Kings. But they can go have a discussion away from the table if they so wish to do so on breaks, etc. We are going to go on a break after this hand, so we're going to go on a break for the guts of 15 minutes. Hopefully it will be one of the last breaks of the night. We'll come back and we'll play down to heads up, and then usually have a small little break before the heads up battle commences, so that's what's in store. One of these three going to be your German Poker Days champion. Alright folks, that's going to do it for now. I will see you all in just a few moments. Yeah. Yeah, well put. You just don't know what you're going to see next.
Yeah.
It brings... Poker is amazing because it brings people from all different walks of life, all different skill levels.
Exactly.
You know, what I love about this place is no matter how much money they're playing for, you'll see them talking to each other at final tables.
Yeah.
Always jovial. I think I've seen one argument at each table since it started, and that's 18 months.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have that ratio in Ireland.
No, for sure. There'll be always one lad saying something to another lad in Ireland. I can guarantee you that much, and both me and Dan can verify that.
Yeah. Maybe I was involved once or twice. I don't
Likewise,
know.
but you know, things happen. We brush them under the carpet and we move on.
we will get a few catchphrases though. I like what you're saying, but just so we're clear, I'm coining a few of them. If we're going to have Action Man Dan merch someday, that's one of the phrases I'm coining. Always a surprise around the corner of Kings, and Shy Baby don't get no sweets.
Through that.
Michelle raising to 625. Yeah, you wouldn't try that in a small town. It is. My whole point is everyone is just so happy to be here.
Yeah. Both you and I are definitely, anyways, mate. We're thoroughly grateful for this one. Basically, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that neither of us could turn down when asked. As I said of last week, it was just a no-brainer altogether.
So Glausch is going to call the additional 325k.
D. Michelle's cards are unknown, Dan. This could get interesting if we see some aggression from the man himself.
Ghost Malone here, playing in the dark. On the 10-9-3, though, this is going to be tough for Glausch to continue. We have seen him continue when he has a piece of it, and he does beat a lot of these draws, and he blocks some combinations that he would want his opponent to have. So maybe calling one small bet here is okay, but I wouldn't be getting too carried away on this kind of board.
Yeah, I mean, you just have very little backdoors as well. You know, if the 10 was a diamond or something like that, you'd be way more happy with the call here. But yeah, you kind of still have to call versus a small bet, but versus big bets, I'd probably be folding the flop already, bro. I think it's just one of those hands that's just like going to play so poorly on turns that, you know, you can probably just get away from it on the flop. But as I said, only versus a big bet. Versus the small sizing that D. Michelle used on the flop, never going to be folding there.
Yeah, so I have a question for you. So, Alan, if that you just said we would fold to a big bet, then does that make it more of a big bet if we're in D. Michelle's shoes?
Well, if I was playing this hand online, Dan, I'd be definitely using big bets on this flop. I mean, look, stack sizes are a hell of a lot different at this moment in time. But, you know, even a half pot size in here, bro, given the stack sizes in general, it's a tough spot with 3x here, especially King 3 of diamonds. You know, I'm not going to say King 3 of clubs, but that doesn't make sense. But as I said, if the 10 was a diamond or the 9 was a diamond, we'll be way, way more inclined to check call versus, like, we'll say a larger size and say if you picked half pot. But yeah, it definitely makes a difference because the bigger the size and the more polarized the c-bet range is between nuts and air, or, you know, high equity draws or high equity hands in general. And then obviously there's meant to be some not semi-bluffs, but just like weak parts of his range as well that are just like, we'll say, air hands as an example. So yeah, this is obviously a really annoying spot. But the thing is, Glausch made one of these calls against Pasma earlier on as well. But I think in this spot on the Ace River, it's just way, way more likely that if, you know, D. Michelle had 9x or he had some 4 or 5 suited of, you know, whatever, diamonds that might have just bet the flop, now improved on the turn or had some showdown, is just going to check this back on the river. So, you know, any sort of marginal hand is just going to be checking back on the river. And any draws like that, the Queen Jack, the King Queen, are probably going to start betting on the turn as well. So I would just check fold here with the King 3. I think that's more than reasonable here, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think that was fantastic analysis. It makes a lot of sense.
Thank you.
Just wondering, yeah, between the smaller and bigger bets, and that makes a lot of sense to just bet bigger there. Here, I would not like to see Glausch putting on his cape, but he does put on the cape. And Michelle turning his hand over that quick, it wouldn't indicate a bluff. But wow, I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopedic shoes, because Michelle has got his hand caught in the cookie jar. And he could have avoided this by double barreling the third there.
Exactly, and that's the issue I have there. And you know something, Dan, I know these hands that don't have the best equity on the turn, but like, you can always put the pressure on the 9x, you can get flush draws to fold, you can even put pressure on the 10x that you can bet jam, or bet in general on that ace as well, because that's going to put 10x in a hell of a spot, literally just in painful spot.
I was hoping he would flat. He's basically made it 15k. Espen down 80k. Tom dropped 100 and then left. I'm laughing because people keep sending me memes about the new Drake album.
You ordered already? You ordered the food?
And I don't know. I'm just laughing. I'm laughing hard.
I just stand up for... stand-up game, you just started.
Yo, jumping back into this. Stand-up game has just started.
Okay, no one came. Okay, stand up. Allez, negotiate this. I didn't order the food actually. Can you bring me the food service, please?
Malika with the Kings. I would have gone slightly bigger. I personally would have gone slightly bigger in this stand-up game dynamic.
Why are you calling the flop with 6 9?
Because you bluff, I know you bluff.
Yeah, Ivan, it's on you.
So stand-up game or stand-up game?
Completely damaged. That's a good call.
Oh, yo. What are you gonna do, yo? I was hoping he would flat. He's basically made it 15k. 16-4. Malika has 28,000 with the Kings. Let's go, girl. Look at them shades.
Can I remove this? It's okay? No.
All in?
This does move all in.
How much is it, please?
Lupu's going to ask for a count. I don't think he's ever calling.
Lupu, you're trolling? Ah non, 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 non. Ah, you're not trolling? Non, non, je rigolais pour autre chose.
Remind me to never bluff Lupo again.
29. How much?
29.
Ah, what's this?
Too full.
Yes. Call. Oh my God. Call, I have 10k to what?
Twice?
No, because it's stand-up game, so I need to do once, because I cannot sit it, no.
If you win the 7 days, I'm going to be so angry.
I know, yeah. I'm the only player in this game that put 30k play for one time. I will not pay. Because I'm in stand-up game. If I split, I stay stand-up. I will have paid. I'm the only. I think I'm the only player in this game that paid that goal for 30k.
When you make this bet.
They only 35k. Almost same.
Mais if she Medica doesn't go,
je peux juste être vivant. Can I be alive sometime? Ok, put to work on the flop.
T'étais bien live avec les as, t'inquiète dans le point.
C'est vrai. Je donne reg back. I love the deuce, I love the flop. Don't do it, yo.
Wow.
No, yo, arrête.
No, yo, don't do it. Team Medica. What should I do?
Yo, ça suffit les conneries.
Should I hope to lose? Hope to lose. What the fuck? Come on, man. Hope to lose.
I had 10-8 of diamond and I would have paid the fucking...
Hope to lose.
Jack on the turn.
Medica is sweating, I feel it. You check your heart rate. She's sweating again. This is the 30k gift, Medica.
This is a 30k gift.
Merci, Léon.
Unless the 7 or a deuce comes. 4 of spades on the river.
And I don't even sit because I have too much chips.
Imagine dumping someone with the fucking...
It's amazing that actually happened on the first
If when I started poker and I saw that when they pay 30k euro with 7 just pre-flop, I would have never believed that thing. You know, I would have never believed I would do that.
Somebody told me people was called on 12k.
If people, when I started poker, if people would have told me
So they ran it once.
that big in my life, I would have not believed it. But if people would have told me I would call only in 30k with 7 juice, I would not.
I will see. Doesn't matter. Nothing. River I have nuts.
There's not a player at this table who doesn't mind seeing that 9 roll off on the turn. That much I can assure you, as the talents of Shilko no longer need to be contended with.
Bravo. You play slowly, but now you You are hot. Саня. Давай, брат.
Well, no time for any eulogies. As we march on here. Absent Shilko, 45 remaining. King Queen suited from the hijack. Not all in, but mostly in.
Got Ali Sara saying, don't forget Benitez called time against Chance Corner in a hand at the break that he wasn't even playing in.
I remember that. Chance had some choice words for Benitez after that one too. That was at the World Series of Poker main event in Vegas this summer.
Oh, Volkov.
Wakes up in the big with ace-king suited. 3-betted
I like you. You play
to get the last 70 in there.
Yeah, you don't,
I don't like
you
him.
don't
Yeah,
like him.
I like him.
No stress.
No, I like him. I play fast too.
Ace, ace, 5, and king, queen suited.
Possible combination.
So few outs. Running spades, running 10-jack.
I knew that was the
GG.
And that's it. Ace is full for Volkov. Chip leader here
No more possible.
has 2 casualties in short order here at the feature.
Great folks, we're back. 3-handed, 600k is the small blind. 1.2 million is the big blind for the 1.2 million. Running big blind ante, that's 100k. 1.2, 1.2. They're all still different places. See, which one of these three players is going to become your champ? They're still relatively cheap. Duarte and Martin are anyway. Ace Queen is going to 3-bet here to 8 million. Duarte is going to call the 5.5 million C-bet from Martin on the King A4. This pot spiraling out of control now. Almost 30 million as we see the turn. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. Martin just wants to give up here the majority of the time. Looks like he's going for another barrel. Now betting here is interesting because Martin blocks hands like Ace King, King Queen. Also blocks hands like Queen 10. That's not really that applicable here though. I think we just shut down the majority of the time there on the turn if we're Martin. You've 3-bet, you've C-bet. This pot massive now, 48.2 mil. I don't like this bet at all from Martin because it's too small. It's going to look very strong, but look at the size of the pot. Look at the price he's giving him. Just has to pay him off. I would go as far to say that that's a blunder for Martin, given the situation. And now Duarte in pole position. He's got both of his opponents where he wants them. He's got nearly all the chips. It's going to be very tough to beat this man from here. He needs to just keep pounding on his opponents, keep stealing those blinds and antes. Because both players with very similar chip stacks, so neither one wanted bust before the other, considering there's such significant pay jumps. $10,000 is the difference between third and second. 30,000 the difference between second and first. Duarte missing this one. Martin betting a bit too big here. It's not too big, it's just it's not going to price Duarte in with his exact holding and get away from it. Man should just be shoving this one with 12 bigs from the small blind with ace queen suited. Tries to use it as a trap. Duarte with a flush draw here. Who's all in? Man's going to hate this. Be forced to fold his hand here. With the Jack 8-6-2 spade flop. All the time says it was a good fold. Well, standard enough fold given that flop, but I know what you're saying, yeah. Hard to let go with such a strong hand. Martin taking that one down with a bluff. Man shoving from the button for 10 mil. Man going all in from the big. Duarte can't call. Martin can't call. I'm not sure about Martin's call from the small blind with Jack 10 off. It's never going to be that bad. It just might play better as a rejam, but ICM situation might say otherwise. If you put that one into a calculator. Game flow and how wide Duarte is going to be opening. I quite like a rejam there from the small, if I'm being honest. All the time, seconds by motion. Yeah, I just think you're going to take it down. Crazy amount of time facing the chip leader, opening on the button there, three-handed. Man takes it down. Interesting. Decides to bluff his Jack 8 there on the river. $3.2 million is the raise from Martin. I would prefer him to just shove. But Man's going to do the shoving for him, I would say. Just with these A6, A7, A8 kind of combos, prefer to just shove them from the small sub 15 bigs to start the hand. Now we get stuffed on. We kind of hate our life. It is all in and call. Yeah, It's just not a trapping hand, this A6. Like, I've probably been a bit too harsh because he's got 15 bigs, but I would prefer to just rip this one, or even call in the small, and if we get ripped on, I actually might just fold. But as it stands, 15 bigs, probably just ripping it in three-handed. 9-4 deuce is the flop. It just sucks to raise call with it, even though we're going to have the best hand decent portion of the time. Turn is the three of spades, and man in trouble as we hit the river, but not anymore. He hits the king. Always a surprise around the corner of kings. There it is. Martin has been eliminated by man on the river. Oh man, really well played by Martin. Great game. He's going to take home €25,100 for his efforts, and of course the 10k ticket. Not bad for a €200 buy-in, as I keep saying. We are going to go on a 7-minute break, get the heads up sorted out for you guys, and one of these two competitors are going to take down this title with €64,400 for their efforts. Duarte is going to have a 2-1 chip lead. I will see you all in a few moments. We'll be right back.
Good luck.
straight flush.
Straight flush draw.
It's crazy.
Straight flush draw.
Full house.
8 of spades. What's straight flush?
Seven of spades.
Spades.
Seven of spades, I say 7. I stay calm, baby.
You get champagne from the casino.
Yeah.
You don't have a spade? Yeah, but he has straight flush.
Oh,
oui. Oh. Ouais, j'ai pas vu.
T'as pas vu la 4 flush?
Non.
Il fait mal la 4 flush. Never easy.
Et je te jure, je me dis, ouais, il joue pas le 7 de pique.
Il joue tout, lui. Il joue des foules, il joue des couleurs. Il... Tombé. Wow.
See, I don't want to fly. I stay to see that it's coming straight, I hope.
Does make way for Martinson, who's not going to get super out of line with this Queen 4 offsuit on the button. He's going to allow Adamski to create some action from the small blind.
He is covered by the big blind.
The big blind, before Adamski even asks, is like, hey, get the big chips up front, I want to see. Does that play in your mind, Randy, that...
Well,
Nojbau's going to have a hand? Oh, he does have a hand!
Jammed.
And he's going to find out it's 20 bigs. And 6 is Randy. Surely too much of a hand to fold.
I think this is too much. There we go.
Flicks it in, and Adamski's going to be delighted to see he's flipping. So many of the snap calls were dominating him. Huge flip out of nowhere. 2.7 million chips. Adamski just ripping 20 bigs. Getting action.
Yeah, this escalated quickly once he asked how many big chips you got, even though action wasn't to him yet. But here we go, 2 flop. Safe for the 6s.
9-9-4. Adamski needing to find some paint. Or running straight. Turn of no use. 1 card from elimination.
Needs that queen or jack for Adamski to stay in here. And that's the end.
It is GG's for Adamski.
Posting on a delay, consistent with our stream, so there will be no sport.
Unbelievable, this guy, Santos. He's playing almost every hand. Except that 98%. Right?
Yep.
Orpen, can you tell me how many white chips you have? I can't see that. Orpen, can you tell me how many white chips you have?
I'll count it for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Thank you. Or 20.
Whoa. This is out of line. 6-5 offsuit, 420.
420.
Now, do you think this is more designed to not let Orpen into the pot or to attack Brewers Open? Could be a double.
It's a double.
Upside for him. Sizing, by the way, isn't going to clear a good chunk of what Brewer's opening with.
Yeah, and Brewer's got a reasonable hand. I think he's actually thinking about multiple.
All in?
Yeah,
wow,
this is
just
one angle to
piles.
go with.
Thanks again. Chris, be honest with me. We are Team Brewer. You don't talk with me now? Why not?
All in.
Yes, so that then you don't make any more mistakes. Yes, kings, yes or no? Be a man. Yes or no? Please. No more Team Brewer, yeah? Okay, official end of Team Brewer today. Are you set? How much?
Now, Martin, see, he's doing all this. He knows he's never making the call, Randy, and this is where I think a lot of guys get annoyed because he's milking clock, he's posturing.
Set, yeah? Again, kings, yeah? In Kings Casino. Hold. No show?
No show.
You had kings? Let's be honest.
King's Casino.
You had kings?
King's Casino.
I win mine. That's pretty good.
Alright folks, we're back. Who you got? Gonna be hard to beat this man here, Duarte. But man has been the first competitor at this FT. No players locked up a sizable sum of cash, chasing that first prize and the title of €64,400. Blinds are still 600k, 1.2 million, 1.2 million. Let's go. King of Cube says, let's go Germany. If Duarte is all the way from Canada for this tournament, that's amazing. I wish both of the men best of luck. It is Duarte who's had the best of it at this FT by a landslide. Duarte taking that one down with the pair of fours. Duarte 3-betting to 10 mil. Gets the job done. So Duarte's total live earnings is 16k before this result. Blinds have just gone up 800k. This is the small blind. 1.6 million. This is the big blind. And I don't see anything there for his challenger on his hand and mob. Duarte going for that 3x sizing. A little large for my liking, but still going to put pressure on man. And it's going to call. Duarte going to bet 5 million here on the King Jack 8. And man forced to fold. Duarte playing 100 million chips. Man down. Man down to 15 bigs. Man with top pair here on the Queen 7 deuce. Duarte is just going to check back. Turn is the King of Spades. Man wins. Decent pot. River giving a pair to Duarte. Ace deuce is going to rejam. Man forced to fold. All the time says, falling asleep, thanks for everything, you're the best. Jeez. Calm down all the time, stop flirting with me, bro. Unless you're a hot chick, you can continue. We're going to put a ribbon on this thing. I want to give a massive shout out to the likes of yourself and everyone else who's been chatting in the Poker Room Kings on Twitch throughout the day /night. It's great to keep the energy going, answering questions, talking, commenting. Makes the job a lot easier. Much appreciated. Thank you all for your continued support. We're back every weekend. Next weekend we've got the European Poker Sport Championship. And that one's going to have 600k guaranteed as far as I know. Let's check the schedule here now. $400k guaranteed. It's the weekend after that is the France Poker Festival. That's going to have 600k guaranteed. Here we go. Jorge Duarte with the pocket nines. Raises the 5 mil. Man is going to rejam with Queen 6 offsuit, and I really, really do not like this rejam. Just gotta say what I see. He's played pretty well in some spots here. I just don't like this. Sometimes it is hard though when you're up against it and you've just had enough. It is almost 8 a.m. $54 million in the pot. King Jack 3. Man, gonna need a lot of trouble here, or a lot of help here, or he's gonna be in trouble. Turn is the 7 of clubs. River is the deuce of clubs. And Jorge Duarte is your champion of the German poker days. Thanks a million to everyone tuned in. And congratulations to Man Vom Mond, your runner-up, taking home sizable amount of cash. But there is your champion. Congratulations, Jorge. €64,400. Both remaining players getting that 10k ticket. Right, folks, that's a wrap. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.